Today on the show, we're taking a moment to indulge in the past and revisit our favorite nostalgic summer movies. We're going to take a look at why we feel the way we do when we watch those older summer flicks. And you're killing me, Smalls. Today, contributor Donna Farazan spoke to the cast of a movie that defines the season, The Sandlot. We found out why it still resonates today. And to close out our special show, we've got our friend Chris Witherspoon, founder and CEO of Pop Viewers. He's counting down the most nostalgic summer movie scenes of all time. Stay with us for all of that. It'll be great. To kick things off, here's a deep dive into how watching nostalgic films makes us feel, especially during the heat of summer.
Summer in itself is a great example of a trigger for nostalgia because it connotes many of the attributes that accompany nostalgia, such as longing for the carefreeness, the leisure of childhood. But when you watch something like a movie that's set at summer camp, you've got so many stimuli there that are reminding us that in our hectic, busy lives, should we not occasionally take a break?
So, either of you by any chance know how to play poker? Yeah, never played it before.
Roosevelt, how's that lanyard coming?
Horrible.
Film is a really good example of a medium that has all of the triggers for different kinds of sensory experiences, visual, auditory, such as the music in a film. And so you have all these varieties of sensory stimuli that help you to mentally transport yourself in two ways, by the way. One, when you're just remembering the past, you're transporting yourself back to that time. An interesting finding recently showed that when people just reminisce nostalgically, they even feel a little more healthy and vibrant, and they have more vitality. Why? Because when you transport yourself back, you're feeling a little bit of the feelings you felt when you were younger. Nostalgic films, especially for looking back to your beloved favorite childhood movies, those were a source of great comfort.
Shut up! You're killing me, Smalls. Dear Darla, I hate your stinking guts.
Their time! Up there! Down here, it's our time! It's our time down here!
In fact, in film, for example, we believe from the research data that there are characters in movies that serve as surrogates for us. So when you watch a film that you loved in the past, not only are you remembering when you watched it, with whom did you watch it, the conversations you had at the time, maybe you went out to the movies with friends or what have you. But in addition to that, as you watch characters in films play out their own problems and resolve them through this vicarious resolution, you feel that hope and optimism, which is a lot like the happy ending of many stories that we've seen throughout our lives, right? If you wanted to log them according to seasons of the year, for instance, summer is a great time. And what operates as a nostalgic film, it could be something like Star Wars, Episode 1, for a generation who saw that for the first time, either as children, teenagers, or young adults. And to some extent, it's transporting them not just to the film and the enjoyment of the film, but also it gives someone the ability to reflect upon, what did it mean to me when I saw that as a kid, and now what would I think of it now? So sometimes when we rewatch an old film, we're comparing our understanding as full-fledged adults, or our understanding now that we've lived through so much, with what we thought when we first saw it. Also, for the elderly today, they might think back to the great summer films that were beach movies. You know, the parties on the beach and playing volleyball on the beach. When you think about transportation mentally through a film, now you have added onto it that you might transport yourself to somebody else's past or to somebody else's experience, not necessarily your own. So fiction can be enjoyed and benefited from, even in terms of nostalgia. For instance, a lot of nostalgic films incorporate within the plot or within the character lines, characters remembering back to their past.
I can still recall our last summer, I still see it all. Walks along the Seine, laughing in the rain.
I was the last one to move away, but when I did, the Sandlot was still there.
And then when you watch that, then that prompts you to sort of mentally transport yourself with that character back to their past as well. So it's very rich. Film is a very rich medium.
Our thanks to Professor Christine Batchel for sharing all of her findings and insights with us, a little better understanding of why those films make us feel so good. Still to come, even more nostalgia and more fun. Donna Farazan's chat with the Sandlot stars who played Yaya and Squints.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to our Pop Start Plus special, all about nostalgic summer movies. Now, if you're a 90s kid, you'll remember the 1993 release of a movie about a ragtag pack who loved playing ball. And it changed how we think about summer forever. Today, contributor Donna Farazan spoke to two of the stars from The Sandlot, Chauncey Leopardi, who played Squints, and Marty York, who played Yaya. They shared the responses they still get about the movie, set during a summer back in 1962.
Was the summer you filmed The Sandlot the best summer of your lives?
It was for sure the best summer of my life.
Yeah.
I don't think anything, compares to it since then. And I think we just had a blast. It was summer camp for like 2 or 3 months that we filmed over the summer, and definitely the best.
Yeah, it was pretty great. It's hard to beat. Obviously, I love my family, and I wouldn't want my wife to think that, my 11-year-old summer was the best summer of my life. But it was pretty awesome, hanging out with friends and having that experience, and then getting to share it with the rest of the world forever. It's just it's a pretty amazing thing.
This film represents the best of summer, the 4th of July celebrations, the carnival, kids playing ball, the s'mores, you name it. There's so many different elements. Why do you think The Sandlot is a film that has defined summertime for a lot of people?
It takes people back to an era of the United States where kids went outside and they played, and when the sun went down, that's when they went home.
I want you to get out into the fresh air and make some friends. Run around, scrape your knees, get dirty.
You had adventures during the day.
It'll be 30 years next year, first of all. How does that feel for you guys?
It's amazing. I mean, anytime you do a film, you never know what the results are going to be. But to still be here talking about this 30 years later, and to see it still affecting people's lives for the better is that's kind of why you're in the arts. It's the reason that you want to do. That's what you set out when you have passion about a project, is to hope that you get one that changes things, forevermore. So it's a blessing. And we appreciate all the love and support that we've gotten over the years.
What were your favorite scenes to film for each of your characters?
I loved like all of the baseball stuff. Obviously, was a lot of fun. When we played the other team, it was a blast. Filming the whole chase scene, we did that for like 2 weeks. So just the dog chasing Benny and all the different stuff. That was a lot of fun as well. I think that there's like something to find that was cool about everything. And even in the treehouse stuff, that treehouse was amazing. This is when they really built sets for film still. There was no green screens or anything like that. So that was all like real craftsmanship. Somebody, a carpenter, the construction guys on set actually built those sets. So they were so cool and like so in depth, Mr. Myrtle's house. And it was a really cool time in filmmaking because you still had all of the crafts really showcasing their work, whereas now maybe things are a little bit more reliant on computer generated software and stuff like that. So it was a cool time to kind of see them fabricate this really cool film and these really cool sets.
Obviously, my favorite scene was going over the fence to come face to face with the beast and being on that crane. And it's really cool because, back then, kids could do their own stunts, which would never happen nowadays. And just like a lot of the stuff that I didn't even see till the final picture came out. The 4th of July scene, we filmed that with just literally lights and gels that they put in front to make it look like fireworks were going off. When we filmed that, it didn't seem that iconic to me until you put Ray Charles to it, until you put the fireworks in the sky. And when we saw the final product, we were like, wow, like that really that's an amazing scene. So it's just movie magic.
God done shed his grace on thee.
What kind of memories do people tell you that they have that are related to the Sandlot? What do the fans come up to you and say?
Everybody that relates to Squints that has the glasses or I get a lot of the pictures and the photos. Sometimes as growing up, having glasses is always like something that people could be a little reserved about or feel like they get picked on a little bit. So it's cool to have that cool character that people can relate to, that makes them feel like this is a superpower, not the opposite.
How do you think the Sandlot has helped empower young people to feel more included, be more inclusive, and, feel okay to embrace their differences?
It's awesome because this is a bunch of kids of all shapes, colors, and sizes. They're all different. They all have their own little thing. And, the main character is a kid that's filling out a place and coming from somewhere else and really not fitting in. And it starts off with like his struggle of like, trying to connect with his stepfather and trying to connect with these kids in this new neighborhood. And it takes a guy like Benny, who is obviously a very strong character and an amazing baseball player and a total star, to just say, leave him alone. We need an extra guy, and this guy's gonna be it, So it's about including people regardless of, what the masses feel. So I think it has a lot to say about, real American values, because that's what America is. It's a melting pot of different cultures and different people that find common ground to create a better life for themselves.
Really cool to hear from those two. We're going to share more from them after the break, including what it was like to film that famous pool scene featuring Squints and Wendy Peppercorn.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back to our special episode of Pop Star Plus. Let's pick back up with Donna Fairzen's conversation with two stars from The Sandlot, Marty York and Chauncey Leopardi, who spoke about that very pivotal pool scene and the impact it's had on young kids today.
Chauncey, you were talking about, Wendy Peppercorn and that pool scene, which is so iconic when your character almost drowns and then gets saved by the lifeguard that everyone has a crush on. What do you remember from shooting that scene?
God, he looks like a dead fish.
It was really cold. It was a really hot summer, but during the time that we shot the pool scene, it had dipped down into like the 70s, and we were shooting early mornings for the light, and it was freezing cold. So in a lot of those scenes, you can see us like shivering in the pool. I know it was like a big anticipation for me leading up to that. I kept asking the director, is today the day? Is today the day? You know what I mean? It was my first kissing scene, so
Wow,
pretty exciting.
that is exciting. That's amazing. Just as we talked about earlier too, so much that has happened, or the emotions that are evoked from The Sandlot, translate into real life as well. On the Today Show, Hoda recently interviewed the three boys who had saved the dad who became unconscious underwater in their pool. It's an amazing story. They performed CPR on him, saved his life, and they credited learning CPR through watching The Sandlot and through that specific scene.
Now, who took a CPR class? Raise your hand. Nobody? But you did know, because what was one of your favorite movies?
The Sandlot.
What was your reaction to that news?
That's just incredible. Here we are 30 years later, and something that someone saw that we did 30 years ago saved their father's life. I mean, it makes you want to tear up, because it's such a beautiful thing. And, wherever we get the information from, it's great, So to be the force that helped them do that for their father, I'll never forget it.
Every time I come across a fan of The Sandlot, they always talk about it in a way that, they feel so comforted and cozy when watching it. It brings them back to a different time. Why do you think people feel so comforted when watching The Sandlot?
It's timeless. The way David Mickey Evans, the writer and director, shot it, he told the DP, Tony Richmond, he told him, I want it to look like Kodak chromatic film. So that's like an old, very pop arty type of film from the 60s. And he said, I want it to look like that. And I think because of the setting, had he have done it in the 90s when we shot it and placed it present day, I don't think it would have lasted and stood the test of time. It's like a Bel Air. It's like a 57 Chevy, It's something that the lines on it are going to be clean forever. And no matter what, you're always going to get a nostalgic feeling when you go see these old cars at these car shows, and just the storied time in American history. And because it's just frozen in time, I think that it stands the test of time, because it is a time capsule, like Marty said. It takes you to a happy place where, good or bad, we felt like everything was a little bit simpler.
Thank you to Marty and Chauncey for hanging out with us. Still to come, we've queued up some of the most nostalgic summer movie scenes of all time. Do we got any Parent Trap fans out there? Stick with us.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our special episode of Pop Start Plus. We are diving into everything you need to know about nostalgic summer movies. And who better to guide us along than Chris Witherspoon? He is the founder and CEO of Pop Viewers, and he's about to take us on a lovely trip down memory lane with some of the most nostalgic summer movie scenes ever.
Is there anything that beats the warm weather, the long sun-filled days and fun that comes with summertime? Whether you went to camp or hung out by the pool, spent time with family and friends, or had 7 jobs like me, summer was always filled with terrific memories of growing up. Unfortunately, we'll never be kids again, but luckily, we'll always have movies to turn to that transport us back to those days, no matter what decade you grew up in. Let's count down as we watch some of the best nostalgic summer movie scenes of all time. First up, Weekend at Bernie's. It's an absolute classic. Now grab your sunblock and flip-flops because you'll be wanting to enjoy a weekend at the beach after watching this one. In it, Jonathan Silverman and Andrew McCarthy play friends who are invited for a weekend at their boss's opulent beach house. Lots of shenanigans ensue that ultimately lead to their boss, Bernie's, death. But to avoid ruining their weekend, Richard and Larry pretend he's still alive. Let's take a look at the clip.
You're probably right.
Get it together, Bernie.
Here we go, shoot. Move it over a little bit, okay, baby?
I don't understand why we have to move him, Rich. Oh, don't ask me any questions, Leah. Just move him. Oh. Here we go. Ready? I can't believe I'm touching a dead body. Here's your boss. Come on. Let's go. Whoa.
Oh, Bernie.
I want to get her up. Oh, Bernie, you're just darling. Come on.
That's what you call some dead weight.
Come on, let's go. Come on, he's crazy. Here we go.
Wait, is there an award for playing the best dead guy? If so, Terry Kaiser deserves it. If you're looking to laugh like there's no tomorrow, add this film to your summer watch list. Next up, one of almost everyone's favorites, The Notebook. Ryan Gosling and Rachel McAdams killed these roles as lovers who were always meant to be together. Who could forget the moment when Noah and Allie reunited after 7 years apart? Did he just pick that boat up with his bare hands? I think he did.
It wasn't over for me. I waited for you for 7 years. Now it's too late.
I wrote you 365 letters. I wrote you every day for a year.
You wrote me?
Yes. It wasn't over. It still isn't over.
Ooh. That's a kiss right there. Ooh. Talk about a hot girl summer. Even all that rain couldn't cool those two down. On to another fun one, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Now, if you watch this as a teen, then you got tons of ideas of how to spend the perfect day playing hooky. Matthew Broderick stars, of course, as Ferris Bueller, and the movie starts a month before Ferris's high school graduation. Ferris ends up at a museum, a baseball game, a fancy restaurant, you name it. One of the most hilarious moments was when his teacher realizes he's missing from class. Let's watch this clip.
Anderson.
Here.
Bueller. Bueller. Bueller.
He's sick. My best friend's sister's boyfriend's brother's girlfriend heard from this guy who knows this kid is going with the girl who saw Ferris pass out at 31 Flavors last night.
Now she can lie.
Pretty serious.
That's a good lie.
Thank you, Simone.
No problem whatsoever.
Fry.
Oh my God. Ben Stein's boring, monotone delivery gets me every time. And P.S., find yourself a coworker that will be your alias next time you want to ditch work on a summer Friday. Everybody needs one of those. Now, Clueless is one of those timeless movies following a group of popular high school friends. If you didn't know, it's a modernization of Jane Austen's Emma, and it's got an amazing cast. Alicia Silverstone and Paul Rudd, and of course, the late, great Brittany Murphy. Just to name a few. Check out this scene where Cher, played by Silverstone, makes the case for not participating in PE class.
Earth to Cher! Come in, Cher! Oh my God.
Miss Stoger, I would just like to say that physical education in this school is a disgrace. I mean, standing in
gym
line
outfits.
for 40 minutes is hardly
Different
aerobically
outfits.
effective. I doubt I've worked off the calories in a stick of carefree gum.
Come on, Cher. I feel like in this scene, Cher could have just said, as if, and been done with it. Clueless does take place throughout all 4 seasons, but real talk, those Beverly Hills vibes will have you feeling like you're on vacation. Another fun summer love story with lots of dancing. You guessed it, Dirty Dancing. Jennifer Grey and Patrick Swayze play Baby and Johnny, and the two fall in love after being paired as dance partners. Now, one of the most iconic movie lines ever came from the scene where Johnny proclaims his love for Baby before the movie's final epic dance performance. Let's watch.
Nobody puts Baby in a corner.
Tell him.
Sorry about the disruption, folks. But I always do the last dance of the season. But this year, somebody told me not to. So I'm gonna do my kind of dancing with a great partner.
Just sit down.
He's not only a terrific dancer,
Dirty Dance.
somebody who's taught me that there are people willing to stand up for other people no matter what it costs them.
The best part's yet to come. I am declaring it now. Nobody puts Baby in the corner is one of the most iconic movie lines of all time. Try to tell me it's not. Alas, if only all of our summers could end with a sultry summer dance routine. And next up, one of my favorites, Poetic Justice. Janet Jackson, Regina King, and Tupac Shakur gave legendary performances in this film. They play friends who road trip to Oakland, California, and basically fall in love along the way. Poetic Justice is another one of those films that will definitely have you crying and laughing, but I love this scene where the friends crashed a random family barbecue. Let's take a look.
I don't think so.
My cousin. Look at my family over here. My cousins. What's up, cousin? How you doing, boy? Cousin. What's up, cousin? What's up? I ain't seen you and I don't know where. Yeah.
Janet Jackson knows how to give a good stank face, and sometimes all you gotta say is cousin. Now you guys, I'm pleading the fifth on if I've ever crashed a barbecue for a burger. Please don't judge me. And last, but certainly not least, I doubt you've ever gone a summer without watching this one. The Parent Trap. The remake stars Lindsay Lohan and tells the story of twin sisters who meet and realize they are really sisters at summer camp. The moment they see each other and realize how much they look alike is priceless. Let's take a look. A new camp champ, come on. Those freckles get me every time.
Why is everyone staring?
Do we have Kleenex handy?
See what?
Please? I need them. This part gets me every time.
Resemblance between you and me?
Oh my God, every time that movie gets me. You know, I watched this movie so many times as a kid, and you couldn't tell me Lindsay Lohan didn't have a twin sister in real life. It's definitely one to add to the rotation, y'all. Okay, we just gave you a taste of a few surefire summer flicks. Now I know we outside again, but with this summer heat, nothing beats a good old movie night. We hope you have a blast watching or rewatching some of our favorite picks.
So many great recommendations. Our thanks to Chris for bringing them to us and for giving us all a boost with your terrific reactions. We should mention you can download the Pop Viewers app from the App Store. That was our Popstart Plus Nostalgic Summer Movies special here on Today All Day. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you had as much fun as we did revisiting some of our favorite films from the past. It's been a pleasure to bring them to you. Have a great day.
At just 29 years old, Justin Thomas is one of golf's most recognizable stars. And one of the best players in the world. A 15-time winner on the PGA Tour, his resume boasts 2 major titles. The PGA Championship last month, and also winning it for the first time in 2017.
So JT, give me some of your earliest memories of learning about the game of golf from your dad.
Oh man, I've had a lot of memories.
Oh, good shot.
Our best and probably fondest memory, I'm just hitting balls and practicing all day waiting for Dad to get done with work so we can go play 9 holes.
Justin's dad, Mike Thomas, worked 90-hour weeks as a teaching pro at Harmony Landing in Goshen, Kentucky. He is the only coach Justin's ever had.
I had read that you got serious about golf at some point. You were like, I want to get a coach. And your dad was like, well, I am your coach. And you said, no, a real one.
Yeah, that is a true story. We have some laughs on that because, I didn't know any better.
The biggest memories I have from when he was young was all the chipping contests we used to have up at that putting green. They were pretty fierce battles, a lot of competitiveness going on. He continued to do really special things at every level he was playing at, whether he was 8 years old, then 10, 12 and so forth. The heart that he had and the stomach that he had was really something that you couldn't teach.
My relationship with my stepdad was born and raised on the golf course. I lost my dad when I was 5 years old. And everything about life that I've learned, everything that I am as a man now is with my dad on the golf course. What sort of life lessons did you learn on the golf course?
There's a reason why there's nothing like going out and playing golf with your dad. When we get on the 18th green, shake hands, hug, say thanks. That was a lot of fun. Those memories, but just being able to enjoy it. I think that was always something my dad hammered down my throat, is just to enjoy what you're doing.
And how has your relationship evolved even now? Before Southern Hills, you were frustrated and it wasn't going well. You were just out there kind of grinding.
I'll sometimes get on my dad like, we need to do this, or like, why aren't you saying this, or why aren't you saying that? He's like, I could tell, it's kind of like, you need to calm down kind of thing. Like, just play golf, not golf swing. But if we're not kind of having those maybe butting heads moment, like we're holding each other accountable, and that's how we've gotten to where we are.
Golf runs deep in the Thomas family. Mike is a former PGA pro, and his father, Paul, who passed away last year, played professionally as well. Justin says he misses his grandfather, even his no filter.
When you're 85, there's no filter. It's like, boy, you really just couldn't make anything today. I'm like, yeah, I'm aware, Grandpa. Thanks for telling me.
I love that video when he called you during the press conference.
Hey, Grandpa, can I call you back? I'm in the middle of a press conference. I still keep all his voicemails and I'll listen to him from time to time. I mean, nothing would cheer me up like hearing from him. The no filter, real talk is sometimes what you need to hear.
I wondered if it really resonated with you, how lucky you are that your dad's gotten to see you win so much and you got to share all of that with him.
Yeah, definitely the PGA at Quail Hollow, and I see that, that video, and my dad just kind of goes like this. Like, it's one of the few things that gives me, a knot in my throat. It was such a cool moment for us.
Yeah, that's special. What are you most proud of him as a man off the golf course?
For sure, more proud of him as a person than as a golfer. We always tried to give the message to him that people are going to remember how you treated them more so than what your accomplishments were in a sport. I'm more proud of his willingness to give and be good to other people than I am of his accomplishments in golf.
There's a lot to be proud of. He started the Justin Thomas Foundation to help children in need fulfill their potential. He's also an ambassador for the sport, hosting the Justin Thomas Junior Championship.
It is a very unique, totally different than any kind of winning golf tournament feeling, but it's an unbelievable feeling.
Justin once famously gave his dad a sand wedge that he still walks around with. I've heard about it, but I had to ask the story behind it.
How it started is it's just my dad, he always needs something to hold and kind of lean on. I go to my bag to get my 60 to chip, and I'm like, Dad, just choose a different club. I honestly got so fed up with it. I'm like, I'm just gonna start carrying another wedge that is strictly for you to walk and use.
Right.
Now, it's also a special keepsake. Justin gets the club stamped, marking fun moments with his dad at every tournament.
We go to this barbecue restaurant. He's stamped at Meat Coma, and the date of the tournament's on there.
Every tournament since then is stamped on there.
I was having my own father-son moment too. My son, Jackson, was there interviewing Justin for his assignment with NBC Nightly News Kids Edition.
I know your dad's your coach. What was it like? Because my dad's my coach, and sometimes he can get me a little mad, kind of always like giving me pointers.
It doesn't change, by the way.
It doesn't? Okay.
Yeah, I'm 29, and it still happens from time to time.
And this has been really special. I want to thank you guys on a Father's Day weekend. I'm thinking about my dad, and you've met my son who's here, Jackson, who spoke to you a little bit for his Nightly News Kids thing as well. So this is a real special weekend for us.
A happy Father's Day.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having us.
They're really such a great family.
Yeah.
I loved doing that. As you can imagine, we were in Justin's house in Jupiter, and the Today Show setup is there, the whole crew. And so I'm like, well, I should go first. There's a chair for Justin, you know, the interview chair. And Jackson's going to interview him for Nightly News. Let me go first. Let the kids see how it's done. Put him at ease. And they're like, Jackson, you're going to go first. Jackson sits there with Justin, crushes it. I'm in the other room, like, biting my nails, like, how's it going? How's it going? And all I hear is Jackson laughing and JT's laughing. I'm like, undoubtedly, this interview is going to be better than whatever I do.
Wow.
You know when you like pinch yourself, and it happens weekly or daily, but yesterday
was crazy.
His energy, Breland is this young, talented, incredible
He's
singer.
an amazing singer. This is a moment. This was in a commercial break. Breland was singing a song, okay? He was rehearsing. That's Bryan Cranston. Look at Jenna and I are losing it. It was beautiful praise music. It was wild. He is in a moment in his life. Look at that right there. He kept saying, I never expected Bryan Cranston to be dancing with me in a commercial break while I was rehearsing. This was a moment for him. I feel like his life is all like converging into this one moment. And we'll be honest, we didn't know his name until yesterday. And we're like, who is this phenom? Who's this talent?
You remember when Lizzo was first on our show, and she was just kind of on the precipice of being huge? We were like, oh my gosh, she sang that ballad. That's how it felt, and it was a moment for him. But what even more, it was a moment for everybody in the room. Because when somebody is doing what they're meant to do, you can feel it. You could feel it.
We walked out, and there was a moment where he and his mom and dad were there, and they were watching this moment where he got some national TV exposure, and they had a prayer moment right there, which was something that was so kind of took our breath away. And so when they got to watch their son perform, which was an incredible moment, it was as if they knew that he was doing the right thing in his life. It wasn't that they were like, of course we knew he could do it. It wasn't that. There was a quiet kind of confidence, like, yes, well, that's why he's here. That's what he's meant to be doing. And his music, Breland, please look it up. And by the way, I went to lunch yesterday with Mary, my friend who they surprised us with on the show from college. It was great.
Glad.
Who sat next to us? Breland and his mom and dad. And they were talking about the show. They said they couldn't believe it. I showed them all the pictures. I said, did you see this picture? Bryan Cranston's dancing. And they asked me, so I gave them the pictures. But they were together, talked nonstop at the table next to me about what an awesome day it was for them.
God, it was
so
awesome for us too. Y'all download his music. Also, how often is it that we hear somebody and then you immediately, I mean, first of all, you don't text people music. Most people are like, here's a playlist I put together for you, honey. I'm thinking of you. Hoda doesn't do that. She don't waste the in between. She goes straight
full court press.
How many times have you played that song?
1,000. I mean, I played it all the way in.
For who?
Well, Eddie, who drove me in, he was like, are we singing the truck song again? I go, yes, we are. Keep your hands off my truck.
Who else have you played it for?
Oh, I keep sending it.
Have you played it for Savannah?
Yes, I played it this morning for her. On the side, I was going, y'all listen.
What about the whole 7 o'clock team?
Yes, everybody who was available listened. I could tell some people were like, here she goes.
Did you play it for the kids yet?
Well, actually, they went to sleep. That's for today. They were by the time.
That is their type of music.
By the way, that so is.
I can't wait to see Poppy and Haley dancing to Lizzo.
We cannot wait. We are dying.
You know how Oprah, we envisioned Oprah coming here
this
summer?
This is their moment.
They're dancing to Lizzo.
They're gonna die.
I can't wait. I hope everybody's in town.
But I kept thinking about, some people don't, like when you think about Breland, some people go their whole lives and don't know why they were here, why they were on this earth.
Yeah.
I felt like he's always known, but there was a moment where I looked at it and I thought, your life, you feel like sometimes you're swimming upstream and you're struggling and you're like, I know if I just work harder, I know.
Yes.
And then one day you do something else and you ride a wave.
Yes.
And you're like, this almost feels easy.
Yes.
So maybe this isn't it. It's actually it.
Yes.
It's like Talia working here.
Yes.
It's like
she
all
was
of a sudden
meant to be here.
You're like, but can it be this much fun? Can it be that kind of place? You're riding a wave because it's meant to be. Like when you're on the path you're supposed to be on, that's what happens.
Why am I crying?
Channing.
Why am I crying?
That's what happens.
Why am I crying?
That's what happens.
Other thing, when you said that, it made me also think of his parents.
Yeah.
And sometimes kids, and I was one of these children, are sort of odd in the way they express themselves. Like I played Barbies till I was like 22. And my parents at first were like, this is kind of strange.
Why is she doing
loves
that
the dolls. And then my mom read an article that said that Toni Morrison played dolls. And so instead of squashing it, she thought, well, Jenna's just going to be a writer. Jenna's just going to love to read and write. That's okay. And I just keep thinking of all of the parents that allow the weird, that allow the strange, that allow the space, because look what it turns into.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Teenage sisters on a mission to protect our oceans. They see changes happening firsthand because both are avid surfers. I got the chance to hear about their passions when I met them on their home turf. Surf, the beautiful Hawaiian shoreline. We look at surfing like a sport, but here, this is really ingrained in the culture, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a cultural practice that has been practiced forever.
Modern surfing's roots can be traced back more than 100 years to these waters. 18-year-old Anu DeSoto and her 16-year-old sister Pua were born into that legacy.
We started surfing around 6 months, just sitting on my dad's lap, you know?
At 6 months old?
Yeah, so we kind of grew up in the ocean.
Their father, Dwayne, a surf legend on the island and beyond, not only passing along his passion for surfing to his 8 kids, but also a respect for the ocean and values they take with them, whether on or off their boards. What have you learned about surfing that you can apply just to life in general?
When you're surfing big waves, you're gonna get pounded and you're gonna come back up and you're gonna go back out and just get another wave, you know? And it kind of just teaches you to be resilient.
Just having like the time to be in a place that's super powerful and just finding like the calm in the chaos sometimes is tricky in like real life.
Another lesson they've learned on the water is how climate change is already having a big impact on their beloved beaches.
So I watched the coral every day and I noticed that it was starting to bleach. And I went down this rabbit hole basically of what climate change is and what's happening to our environments. And that led me into some environmental activism.
You recently worked on a climate change policy. Tell me about that.
In our eyes, we already know what's going to change the environment and what's going to help us fix climate change issues. And so we don't need more research. What we need to do is implement these answers and actually get them funded so that we can be doing the work that's actually going to make a change.
The health of our oceans is critical in the fight against climate change and impacts surfing. Waves are formed by the ocean floor and the shoreline. With waters warming, coral reefs dying, and beaches eroding, the sport and culture of surf are under threat.
This whole beach is man-made. And so as the sea level rises, this will definitely go back underwater.
And the actual wave action itself will be affected.
Yeah, it'll be totally different.
There'll be new reefs, and it's just going to be much different and not what we're used to.
What's the message about the health of our oceans, not just here, but around the world?
The ocean is home to most of the creatures living on this planet, and so we're destroying it, and as we destroy it, we're taking away these homes, and slowly the ecosystems will start to fail, and different pieces will fall out of the puzzle that creates this beautiful world, and we're going to lose food sources, we're going to lose, being able to play and surf, which we obviously love a lot.
Now, they're on a mission to share their love for these waters and surfing with others, one wave at a time. For those of us who didn't grow up with surfing in their blood, how hard is it to start to learn how to surf?
The hardest part is getting up on your feet, is to stand up on the board. A lot is going on, and you just have to continuously stay super present and just keep trying.
I understand you guys are going to try to teach me how to do this?
Yes. We're not going to try, we're going to teach.
I like that. No try. Do.
You're going to get it.
All right. Okay, let's do it. So close, so very close.
I thought that one was the winner.
There you go. Surfing is a lot harder than it looks, and Peele hopes to compete in the surfing competition in the 2028 Games in Los Angeles. Anu runs and designs a bathing suit company that she started when she was just 12 years old called Anu Hawaii. They're also educating local Hawaiian kids about water safety and conservation through their family's charity, Na Komake Ai. So head to today.com/climate and you can learn more about climate change and our oceans.
High five for trying.
Well, I got to tell you, you want to talk about a full body workout.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, and they're out there like 4 or 5 hours a day.
Yeah. Don't give up. You should keep taking lessons.
No, I'm giving up.
Yeah.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Joy, companionship, and love.
Oh, thank you so much.
Quite like a dog, which is why Sue Bell created Homeward Trails in Fairfax Station, Virginia. Her mission to find forever homes for as many of these adorable animals as possible.
It's been 20 years since you founded Homeward Trails, and you've rescued over 43,000 animals. Tell me about how it all began.
I was vacationing in West Virginia. We drove by a building where there were a bunch of dogs tied up outside, and we saw that it was the local animal control. So we stopped to donate some biscuits, and we found out that their animal shelter had been hit by a flash flood, and they had lost 50 animals who had drowned.
Determined to help, Sue took home 3 dogs that day with a mission to find them homes. From there, it snowballed.
And then I became obsessed and turned it into a nonprofit organization with the goal of rescuing 50 animals to pay it forward for the 50 animals who drowned. But I reached that number 50 a lot quicker than I thought. And once I did, I was hooked.
Homeward Trails also provides the animals with much needed medical and behavioral care.
How does it feel to be working with animals?
When it's good, it's good. There are days where we wish they could just talk to us. It's fantastic when you have that breakthrough. When you take a dog who has been abused or who's been neglected or shut down and see them literally start to trust, to start to appreciate the grass and the sunshine. It's transformative.
Describe the feeling you feel when you see a dog go into their forever home.
Just a really warm feeling knowing that they're going to go on to be the center of that family's attention.
So you fostered 6 dogs, adopted 2.
Yes.
Those were Ray and Tyra. Yeah, they're total opposites. Ray is a 70-pound black lab mix. Tyra is a feisty 6-pound little pup. My partner Jake decided that since she stands on her back legs and has the short little arms, we should name her Tyra for Tyrannosaurus Rex.
So seeing those dogs have the shot at life and love that they deserve, those are the dogs that keep us all going.
So this is your dog?
Yep, this is Mia.
Oh,
She came to me just a couple years ago.
What does Sue mean to the community?
She's a force. She's one of those people that's, boots on the ground. She goes and does it herself. She doesn't just sit somewhere and direct.
What do you hope is next for Homeward Trails?
If I'm going to be honest, I would love to go out of business. I would love that every animal has a home and that the shelters and the rescues could all shut down.
You don't hear many founders say that they want to go out of business.
I know.
I feel grateful all the time for Ray and Tyra. Ray was found as a stray. Tyra was dropped to be euthanized. And now here they are. These full, beautiful lives that you would just have no idea. There's so many animals in shelters waiting for families who will see them as full, beautiful stories.
For me, there's no better feeling. And that's what's kept me in this for 20 years. It never gets old.
Given Sue's dedication to animals, we were excited to let her in on a little secret.
Sue, we are surrounded by so many people who love you and appreciate all that you do here at this adoption center. I actually wanted to fill you in on a little secret I have, but to do that, I need some help.
Okay.
Mia? Mia, come over here. Hi, Mia. Our sponsor, Fresh Pet, heard about all of the amazing work that you do to help improve the lives of so many dogs that they want to present Homeward Trails with a $20,000 donation. Oh my gosh, thank you! That's not all, there's one more thing. Oh my God. Our sponsor, Fresh Pet, also knows how many you have to feed when caring for all these dogs, that they are also going to donate 1,000 meals over the course of a year.
Oh my God.
Oh,
so
sweet.
So sweet. Thanks to our sponsor, Fresh Pet, we were able to pull off that awesome surprise. And guess what? We have another surprise. Homeward Trails decided to name an entire puppy litter after the Today Show family.
Oh my gosh.
And Hoda, you're the mama, and then the rest are little babes.
We're her pups?
You're the pups. Savannah, Al, Chanel, Craig, Carson, Dylan, and baby
Which one do
Jenna.
I look like? Is that me?
I think
there you are.
yeah, you're right.
You're my mom.
I'll take care of you forever, baby.
Take care of me.
You're the mom, just like you're the mom here to us, too.
I love that.
Donna didn't make the cut, but you know, that's okay. Maybe next year.
Oh my gosh, okay, and if you want to adopt one of any of the puppies you've seen, we have more information on our website, hoodandjenna.com.
That was super sweet, Donna.
Maybe adopt Jenna.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
So thrilled to be sitting across from you. I'm a longtime admirer of your work. How do you feel like you could observe the world through the eyes of these kids?
I feel like that's part of my job, is to show up with my whole self. And my whole self is joyful, hopeful, and brokenhearted. I put all of that in there because I remember what it was like as an 8-year-old.
Children's book author Kate DeCamillo's own childhood reads like the start of a grim fairy tale. For years, she endured chronic pneumonia.
I would be home and sick, and so I learned to live in books. I learned to live in my imagination.
With Kate's health in mind, her mother moved the family to Florida. Her father remained behind.
My father leaving, that is the heartbreak that I think that's how I can connect to kids now, because of that early loss. It puts a longing in place, and that longing is what I tap into. Everybody's heartbroken in one way or another, and we forget that.
After college, Kate spent 10 years calling herself a writer without ever lifting a pen.
I turned 30, and I thought, wow, I could literally spend the rest of my life talking about this thing that I say that I want to do and not doing it. So I started to write. Do you want to guess how many rejection letters I got? 5? 12?
Over the next 6 years, Kate sent her work out into the world. The world didn't notice, but she persevered.
50? I remember thinking, this is what I'm supposed to be doing.
She tacked each rejection onto her wall, and there were plenty.
473.
What?
Yeah.
No one was that close.
Why would you keep them so you could see them? Did they motivate you?
They did. People think, oh, okay, this is something I'm supposed to do. Therefore, it should be easy for me. And so you sit down in front of the blank page and it's really hard. And a lot of people just get up and don't come back to it, right? But you have to be patient with yourself and patient with the world.
A little book called Because of Winn-Dixie had been lost in a pile at the publishers when someone happened upon it.
You could never have expected the success of that book.
Oh, Jenna, no. I mean, for a middle grade novel from a first-time author, If I was really, really lucky, I would sell 5,000 copies. I was in no way prepared for what happened.
Kate's first book sold over 11 million copies.
Come on, Winn-Dixie!
2 decades and over 25 books later, many of which have been adapted for screen and stage, Kate's still in awe.
It makes me feel kind of dizzy to think about it. The wonder of it never goes away, and I can't get over it. And I think, never let me take this for granted.
So 43 million books in print. You've won 2 Newberries, an opera based on one of your books. You have movies based on your books. But what gives you the most satisfaction?
Those letters from kids, that's the most exciting thing, to connect with the readers. And I say this to kids, it's like we have this connection. If you never meet me, if we never talk, if you never write me a letter, you can still find me in a book and I can find you in a book, and that's the miraculous thing about storytelling.
That's why I feel like I know you. I've seen you in all those books.
Yes.
Buongiorno today, all day. Who doesn't love Italian food? Well, up next on #Cooking, Sama is putting her own spin on 2 classic Italian dishes. First, a crispy breaded eggplant that's baked, not deep fried, and gluten-free. Then she whips up a vegan version of a classic pasta dish. Oh yeah, mangia.
So when I said cacio e pepe, really, I meant cashew e pepe. Huh? Am I the only one who laughs at my own jokes? All hail Italian food. I love it. Some traditional Italian dishes do have a lot of dairy, so I wanted to create some of my favorites with a plant-based twist. Today I'm going to show you how to make a breaded eggplant that uses almond meal instead of breadcrumbs in a really delicious and creamy vegan cacio e pepe. This is #Sama's Italian. Eggplant is a vegetable I kind of tend to forget about the second it enters my kitchen. So, to use up all of my forgotten eggplant that I've been finding in my fridge, I wanted to create something that had the breading of an eggplant parm, but the snackability of something like a slice of bruschetta. So, enter my breaded eggplant. The first thing that we're gonna do is slice our eggplant. Got a cute eggplant here. Just gonna trim the end off and start slicing. Here's a little tip. You don't actually need to salt your eggplant. Traditionally, you'd salt your eggplant to get rid of that bitterness, but nowadays, the bitterness has been bred out of eggplant. I'm slicing my eggplant into little slices that are about 1/4 of an inch thick. Perfect. So happy I'm using up my forgotten eggplant. It's just been sitting in there for so long. Okay. I'm gonna let my eggplant hang out here while I make my little egg mixture. I wanted my breading to have a lot of flavor on its own, so in addition to my almond meal, I'm gonna add some of my favorite spices. I'm using almond meal or unblanched almond flour for this recipe, which still keeps the skin on the almonds. I find that this is really nice to add texture, and it's a great replacement for breadcrumbs. The cayenne is gonna add a little heat, and the turmeric and cumin are my favorite pairing. We cannot forget our salt and pepper. What is life without some salt and pepper? It'd be very unseasoned and boring. Little salt and some freshly ground black pepper. I like that the turmeric is also going to add some nice yellow color to this eggplant. Just going to whisk this until it's nice and well combined. I want the breading to be really flavorful, and so I'm mixing it super well so no piece of eggplant goes unseasoned. That would be really sad. Also super bold of me to wear a white shirt when I'm using turmeric. This is how I live on the edge, okay? Beautiful. The breading is happy. Now time to beat an egg. We want to whisk the egg until it's completely uniform. We don't want any separation between the yolk and the white. This looks nice and uniform. A perfect little batch for my eggplant. Now it's time to assemble. This eggplant has really been on a journey. from being forgotten in the fridge to going down the line to flavor. I mean, lucky eggplant though. We want to dip it straight in this egg mixture. Make sure it's really well coated. Now we don't want any excess egg on the eggplant, so I'm just gonna let it drip out just like this. We want a really nice and even coating of the breading, which is why we're doing this. And now we're gonna put it straight into our breading. Into the parchment paper we go. Now we're just gonna repeat. This is a way better fate for your eggplant than the trash, I'm just saying. Last one, getting a little emotional. Don't worry about those guys though, I promise I will bread them later. We are ready for the oven. Look at those colors, look so pretty. I'm popping these in at 375 degrees for 30 minutes. Make sure to flip them halfway through. I think we all need to take a moment just to look at the color alone. Look at that yellow from the turmeric, the little golden crispness on the edges. I'm like drooling already. I really can't wait to eat them. These are perfect on their own, honestly, because they have so much flavor in the breading, but I love to use them as a vehicle for my toppings of choice. This could be a bruschetta, this could be a pesto, even just a little tahini drizzle with some salt is so good. Today, I'm gonna use a bruschetta and a pesto. By the way, you can make your own for sure, but if you wanna buy store-bought too, totally fine with me. Again, what a bold choice of me to cook with turmeric and wear white. Like, I love taking risks. Okay, I'm gonna add some pesto. Spread that on really nicely. These would make a great app or a side at your next party, or even if you're just partying by yourself. They'd make a great appetizer for you. That's fine. We love that. We love a party of one. These are even good dipped in some marinara sauce, just keeping it super simple. There's so much you can do with them. They taste good with basically everything. For my bruschetta. And because everything is better with a little salt, I'm gonna add some flaky sea salt on top. It's gonna taste really good, it's gonna add a little bit more saltiness, but it's also gonna look really pretty too. Just a little. You know, this eggplant, this middle one, it's not sure what it wants, so it's gonna get both. Whoever gets this piece, that's the lucky person at the party. I'm cracking myself up, okay. Okay, great. Can't forget a little salt on here. This screams, you need to take a picture of me. So I'm gonna listen. And again, feel free to use whatever toppings you want. This is truly very customizable to your liking and your flavor inclination. Or whatever you see at the store that you're like, that looks good, I'm gonna put that on my breaded eggplant. I support you. Even hummus, I just thought of that, even hummus. That's what I'm gonna top this with next time. Okay, I for sure got the shot. I got like 15, to be real with you. So now I'm gonna try one. Okay, I'm gonna go for it with this little guy right here. Okay, I'm ready. I hope you're ready. So good. I'm serving this at my next party. Even if it's just me, I'm just gonna serve it to myself. I deserve it. This was so yummy. And look what we created. The colors of an Italian flag. I mean, come on, look at that. So cute. question. Are you dairy-free and miss the glory days of really creamy, cheesy pastas? Well, you're in luck because my next recipe, my vegan cacio e pepe, has you completely covered. I'm gonna go get the ingredients.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Cacio e pepe is one of those dishes that everyone is obsessed with. But if you can't tolerate dairy, it's probably not high on your list. Don't worry though, I'm going to change that because this vegan cacio e pepe is truly going to blow your mind. First up, we're going to make our cashew parmesan. And yes, I did say cashew parmesan. To make this parm, we're using a base of cashews, raw cashews, and nutritional yeast for that savory, nutty, cheesy flavor. I'm going to start by adding my raw cashews into my blender. Make sure your cashews are raw and unsalted. Now for our nutritional yeast. Nutritional yeast is commonly used as a vegan cheese substitute because it's got this savory, nutty, cheesy flavor, a little bit of umami in there too. Make sure you buy the fortified version because that's the one that has a lot of vitamins and minerals. Now we need some spices. We've got to have a little seasoning. So I've got some salt. Salt going in. And some garlic powder. Now, all we're gonna do, because my blender is truly my best friend, is blend it all up. Be careful though not to overblend. We just wanna blitz it a little bit so we get a nice fine powder, sort of like a Parmesan. And that's perfect. That took less than 10 seconds. Let me show you what it looks like. It smells so good. It's cheesy, it's nutty, it's savory. It's kind of like a nice fine powder, perfect for sprinkling on top of pasta. This makes a little bit more than I'll need for this recipe, so you can totally store this in the fridge for up to a week. Top your popcorn with it, some salads. It's very versatile. And you know what? I'm gonna make my sauce in this blender too, so I'm just gonna transfer this out, keep it over here, don't have to wash any more dishes. I'm being lazy today, and that's okay. I still love myself. This is some #precious Parmesan. Can't waste any of it. So the reason I'm starting with the Parmesan is because the parm is dry, the sauce is gonna be more creamy and liquidy, so that's why we're doing it in this order. Saving us some time, saving us some washing dishes. Now I'm done with my cashew parm. Time to make the sauce. I'm using soaked cashews to create this sauce. It's gonna make it really creamy, really luscious. When you soak cashews in water, it actually becomes a little bit more pliable and easy to just blend to very delicious sauces and fillings. Just soak them for an hour in hot water. I'm just gonna add them to my blender. Come on, you can do it. Because cashews are super buttery, they're really rich, I want something a little acidic and tangy to sort of balance that out. Fresh lemon juice, always. Now I'm gonna add my garlic. I'm using raw garlic here because I want that really punchy flavor. For that really nutty, savory, cheesy flavor, I'm gonna add some nutritional yeast into my sauce. adding some salt. And listen, this is a cacio e pepe, after all, so we have to add some pepper. Freshly ground pepper, always. We want that bite. We want it to be really peppery and delicious and be sharp as well. Whenever I make this recipe, I skip my workout. This is it right here. A lot of pepper is necessary. Gonna finish it off with some extra virgin olive oil. And then, to help the blender move, I'm just gonna add a little bit of water, just to get the blender going. You may need to add more water later, but just check the texture of the sauce and then add more as you see fit. It's time to blend. I'm gonna add a little bit more water. Oh my God, it smells so cheesy already. I'm in love. Just a little. It looks so good. Sorry, that was a little dramatic. I have to show you this texture. I'm gonna give it one more good blend. Every time I make this recipe, I've made it so many times, but I'm always so shocked by how creamy it is without any of the dairy. It's magic. It's so good. I don't think it needs anything. Oh my God. Good for me. Okay, let me show you this texture. Oh, it's so peppery. It's like spicy almost, but still super savory and nutty. I love this so much. All right. Can't leave any sauce behind. I love a blender pasta sauce. It's so easy to throw together. Minimal prep, minimal ingredients. Look at how creamy and luscious that is. Sauce is done. Now I'm gonna go cook my pasta.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now it's time to cook our pasta. I've already got my water boiling, and don't forget, we must salt our pasta water. Hashtag no bland pasta. It's not good. Okay, the water is ready for my pasta. Just so you know, most dry store-bought pastas are vegan, so if you're looking for that, great. But make sure you do check the label to make sure the variety you're choosing is. I'm using a vegan and gluten-free chickpea pasta. There's a lot of really great bean alternative pastas out these days, and I like testing all of them out. Let's talk about pasta shape. I am using a spaghetti here as an ode to the original. We've changed a lot of things already, but you know what? We're keeping it OG when it comes to the spaghetti, but you can use your favorite shape. I'm a helicopter pasta parent. You really do have to keep watching your pasta, especially if you're using an alternative pasta like a bean pasta, because if you overcook those for too long, it'll become a little gummy. Pasta is such a comfort food. In my household growing up, my parents would just alternate between making Indian food and pasta. That was like, that was all we had. It was Indian food or pasta. All right, I'm feeling good about this one. We're done. We're done. Woo! Here's what I want to do. I want to save some of that starchy water for later to add to the sauce and pasta to help thicken it and bind it. So I'm going to save some of that. Just a little for later. I love being prepared. And now I'm just going to use my tongs and transfer my pasta to my dish. And then I'm just going to mix the sauce all up. I'm really excited about it. This also keeps the starchy water on the pasta. Doesn't have far to go. Spaghetti's so cute. I love it. All pasta is cute. I don't discriminate. I love all pasta. You know what time it is. It's sauce time. Remember this? Remember our old friend, our cacio e pepe sauce from earlier? It's about to meet the pasta of its dreams. And now I'm just gonna add a touch of that pasta water just to help everything mix and combine, get really nice and creamy. Helps the sauce adhere to the pasta. Toss it together. Get the sauce around every single little bit of that spaghetti. I'd be sad if we didn't. And now, time for our cashew parmesan. Ready? I'm gonna mix some in and I'm gonna add some on top as well, just for a little bit of flavor, a little bit of aesthetics. Just like a traditional cacio e pepe, we wanna eat this immediately. We want it to stay hot, stay fresh. So I'm gonna serve this to myself right now. Is this generous? I don't care. Am I just like, are my eyes too big for my stomach? No, you'll wanna eat this much, I promise. Okay. I'm gonna cut myself off there. And now, let me just make this look a little pretty with my fork. Twirl this around. And add a little bit of my cashew parm. And by a little bit of my cashew parm, I meant a lot bit of my cashew parm. And the dish wouldn't be complete without it, some freshly ground black pepper. Okay, I have a vision. I have a vision for a really cute fork twirl photo. I'm gonna work on that. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do a video. I'm gonna do a video today. That's what's happening. Okay, ready? Okay, we got the shot. We got it. We got it. And you know what I also got? The perfect little spiral for me to eat. I'm going for it. Mmm. It is so creamy. Like, I want you to know, this is so creamy. It's cheesy. You've got layers of flavor, right? You've got the buttery cashews creating this really creamy sauce. The black pepper makes it peppery, woody, it's got the sharp bite. And then that salty cashew parm, which I'm just gonna add more of for fun, really ties everything together. You really won't believe there's no dairy in this, I promise. Oh, and that garlic, though, that fresh garlic, it's so punchy. Makes it smell really good, makes it taste really good. Someone needs to hold me back, because I'll keep talking about this for the whole day. This is so delicious. I love creating these really fun plant-based twists on traditional Italian food. It's unique, it's fun, it's inventive, and it's super delicious. Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. But I'm so glad you're here because I have something I want to tell you. Hashtag Cooking is back with all new episodes, and I'm so excited to share my favorite recipes with you.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This avocado cream pasta is literally one of my most popular recipes on my blog, and I honestly think it's because you just need a blender to make this super luxurious sauce. So, the base of it is our avocados. I'm using an avocado and a half for this recipe. So I'm gonna go ahead and start with that. All right, we're gonna scoop some of this avocado out. Look at how ripe and pretty that is. Go straight in there. This avocado is what's gonna add that super creamy element to this pasta. Now I'm gonna move on to my lemon, adding the juice of 1 full lemon in here. Make sure I catch all the seeds. This lemon is gonna really make it tart and acidic and bring out that zing, make it very bright and fresh. I'm gonna add some fresh basil and raw garlic. Yes, I'm using raw. It's gonna be really punchy and really bright. And I love garlic. There we go. A little bit of olive oil. Just a bit. And now I'm gonna season it to taste with some salt, pepper, and red pepper flakes. Salt in there. Add as much chili flakes as you'd like. I love spice, so I'm going in with a lot. But you make your own choices, okay? Now, just to help everything get moving in the blender, we're gonna add a little bit of cold water. Make sure it's cold because we don't want to brown the avocado. Just a bit, and I can add more and adjust to get it to the right consistency that I like. Now, it's time to blend. Perfect. It is so luxe, you will not even believe it. Look at that. So creamy. Before I add this creamy sauce to my pasta, I'm gonna grab one more thing. Just grab some arugula from the fridge. I love adding this to this pasta because it gives this really nice peppery bite to it. All right, time to assemble. Got my sauce, gonna add this into my pasta. You might think you put cream in this, but you didn't, I promise. I'm gonna add my tomatoes. Just a little burst of something sweet in with this avocado cream sauce. Now I'm just gonna mix in my arugula. What's great about this pasta as well is that you can eat it immediately, but you can also refrigerate it to have as a pasta salad the next day. We love a leftover. We love a meal prep situation. Is that too much? There's never too much. What is a portion? Some freshly ground black pepper and a pinch of flaky sea salt. That is it. But one last thing. Can't forget to take a photo. I didn't do all of this for nothing. I love this. I'm gonna frame this. I'm gonna put this on my wall. Okay, here I go. Gotta get some arugula, some pasta in there. Okay. I love myself. It's so creamy, you honestly would never know that there's no cream or butter in this. It's crazy.
Hello and welcome to Wellness Today. I'm Chanel Jones. Today we're exploring how getting outside can improve our physical, mental, and emotional health. We'll learn about programs prescribing the great outdoors as a tool for healing. And then we'll meet the trailblazers creating a more inclusive community in the most wild places. Plus, we'll bring you tips on how to stay safe for all of your outdoor adventures, whether you're an experienced outdoor enthusiast or just taking a walk around the block. And we'll see how the ocean transformed one diver's life after she became paralyzed. With summer just around the corner, we are ready for some fresh air and to feel the sun on our skin again. And it's good for us too. This is the healing power of nature. Whether we're enjoying our own backyards or visiting a national park, research suggests that nature has the power to impact our health for the better. Take a look. The wind flowing through your hair, the leaves crunching under your shoes, the waves crashing at your knees. Spending time outside can improve our well-being in profound ways. For Dr. Meredith Berry, the intersection of health and nature is a major part of her research at the University of Florida.
We see nature exposure acting beneficially on multiple areas, so including decreasing our impulsive decision making, decreasing craving for drugs, positively impacting our mental well-being. And so when you converge these areas of research, it really does suggest that nature could be a more holistic approach.
Fellow researcher John Parker's relationship with nature offered him a way to heal from his past and be better for his future.
I've been impacted by a lot of violence and loss over my lifetime. This nature exposure has impacted me for the better, putting me in good space to ward off all of the negativity and all of the angst and all of the anger.
Intentional therapeutic techniques that help connect with the earth in a variety of ways.
There's horticulture therapy, right, where you're learning techniques about growing plants. It's still about just being present, being in the moment, and nurturing something. There's forest bathing, which is a Japanese technique. You might just be sitting in nature and listening to the sounds. There's hot springs, people go in and they kind of relax in the water. That kind of is about more so being intentional about enjoying the space.
Governments around the globe have provided nature prescriptions for decades. New Zealand piloted a program in the 1990s. The U.S. followed a decade ago. Last year, the United Kingdom dedicated funds toward green prescriptions as part of COVID-19 recovery plans. And since February of 2022, doctors in Canada can give passes to their national parks to patients, encouraging time outside.
We're learning more every day about how it can make us happier, how it can enhance our well-being, and new conditions that we didn't even know before can be helped by nature. So all of this is unfolding before our eyes.
And so it's just this transcendence of culture, of race, of socioeconomic status, of physical ability. Being outside, being in nature is just something that literally knows no bounds.
So how exactly can we use nature to improve our well-being? Joining us is Dr. Stacy Beller-Stryer. She is the Associate Medical Director of Innovative Program, Park Rx America, where she helps lead the charge in connecting patients and medical providers through park prescriptions. Welcome, Dr. Beller-Stryer.
Thank you.
So let's get right to it. For those of us who don't know, what is a park prescription?
A nature prescription is a very specific prescription. Like if you went to the doctor for a sinus infection, you would get a specific antibiotic, specific amount of time you take it, and how often you take it. And a nature prescription, likewise, is very similar in terms of it's a very specific place you go. You do something specific there for a certain amount of time.
So I was going to ask you how you write a prescription. So it's not about, hey, just go get some fresh air and call me in the morning. I mean, it's, what do you mean by, how specific? What do you mean?
So if we just say go outside, the chances are if they might do it once or twice, right? So if we're very specific, let's say there's a park nearby that's accessible and safe.
Okay.
And then we say, okay, you go to this specific park every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday after work for 30 minutes to walk your dog. It holds both the patient and the doctor more accountable in making sure that the prescription is filled and more likely that they'll actually fill it.
And what does it really do? I mean, does it work? I mean, we all know it's good to get some fresh air. Even when you have kids, you say, oh, go outside and get some fresh air. But what does it actually do as a physician? What does it do for your patient?
So research studies, and as we know, of being in nature have shown benefits both mentally and physically and for our sense of well-being. And nature prescriptions are similar in the sense that they help us both mentally and physically. And during the pandemic, we've seen getting outdoors has been incredibly beneficial for many people.
So I was reading that sometimes you give the chance for people to write their own park prescription. Is that right?
Yeah.
In what way?
So that's new. That's something that we've recently developed on our website because we don't want it just to be for healthcare providers. We want individuals anywhere to be able to write their own prescription and to hold them more accountable. And to bring this prescription with them to their doctor so that together they can work on it, tweak it, and make it work as best as possible for each individual.
So then do you have an example of how it's worked? Or like where it showcases, you know, this actually worked for this patient?
So we have a lot of actually examples of nature prescriptions being prescribed by healthcare providers and how they've worked. There's an example of a teenager who was going to the emergency room because she had headaches and chest pain and she was always irritable. Her prescription was to be in a hammock once a week without cell phone.
Really?
Yeah. And it worked for her.
You know, it's interesting as a physician, I think, and I come from a family of physicians, I'm not a physician. I think a lot of us just assume it needs to be, frankly, a drug or a pill or something like that. Are we leaning into quite often sometimes saying, you know what, just some sunshine, or like you said, rest, or putting away the technology? There's something to that, isn't there?
There is, and I don't, you know, I'm a physician and I believe strongly in medicine. But I think that this is something that we can add that can improve the benefits, and sometimes you can get off medicine. Let's say you've lost weight and you no longer have hypertension. Well, then you can just continue to walk outside and maintain your weight.
What would you say for somebody who's watching, who lives in a city, or they may not have access to a green space? What would you say?
So most people, even those living in a city, can find access to green space. It may not be the national park, but most of us don't live near a national park. It may be a walking trail nearby or a city park or even the backyard. And all of those are considered green space.
So I guess this is an obvious final question. I think I already know your answer. But for those of us who may not have a physician to write this prescription, what is the takeaway for us? I think I've learned just sitting here already about my phone, but go ahead. The takeaway.
The takeaway is you don't need a physician to tell you to get outside into nature. If you write a prescription and it's very detailed, the chances are much more likely that you're going to get out, and you need to get out on a regular basis.
And the data shows it clearly that it makes such a difference.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's a reminder for all of us. Thank you for coming in. All right, coming up, the inspirational leaders creating space for everyone to feel comfortable in nature. And then later, the best things to know, wear, and carry before you step into the great outdoors. All that and more just ahead on Wellness Today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back with Wellness Today, the healing power of nature. While we know spending time outside can bring positive changes to our health, not everyone has felt welcomed within these leisure spaces. But 3 founders from organizations Blackpackers, Outdoorist Oath, and the Native Wellness Institute are working to build a more inclusive community.
Every step you take out there instills you with confidence. Once you realize you can do it, you get a lot of healing from that, I think.
According to the Outdoor Industry Association, 40% of the U.S. population are Black, Indigenous, or people of color. Yet they only make up 26% of outdoor participants. Patricia Cameron, founder of the organization Blackpackers, is trying to change that.
We know the demographics of this country are moving to where it's going to be majority people of color. And if we're not reaching out to those who might not have had access, we'll struggle to take care of some of our most protected places.
Blackpackers is committed to helping underrepresented minorities get access to the outdoors through transportation, gear, and outdoor education.
We do free camping trips, swimming, backpacking courses. A lot of our stuff is curriculum-based. I myself am a wilderness first responder, a certified interpreter guide, and a Leave No Trace master educator.
As she prepares to embark on the Pacific Crest Trail, a 2,600-mile hike from Mexico to Canada, she's reflecting on the successes Blackpackers has had in its first 2 years.
I really like seeing families that have been on Blackpacker trips, watching them grow in the outdoors, and now they bought their own gear and they're going on their own camping trips. That's been really dope to see.
Trans rights. Meet Patty Gonya, an environmental activist and drag queen that is part of a broader movement to help diversify the outdoor experience by bringing visibility to queer people in the outdoors.
I first did drag in the outdoors 3 years ago up on the Continental Divide Trail. I went on a backpacking trip with some of my best friends and wore high heels and strutted down the trails and really felt like my true queer self in the outdoors for the first time in my life.
Patty's drag outfits are pushing the boundaries of trail fashion. She refers to her style as sustainable drag and has even designed dresses out of trash and recyclables. Recently, she's teamed up with a diverse group of outdoor leaders to form the Outdoorist Oath, a group focused on planning for the future they hope to see on the trails.
Mother Nature isn't racist or homophobic, but people on the trails definitely are. And it's a space where queer people, especially people with less privilege, really feel vulnerable and have been harmed in the past.
You got this, girl.
And so we're looking to truly diversify the trails with community, because when queer people especially have safe space, they can thrive.
That sense of community is also what's driving Jolene Joseph's work. For the past 22 years, she has been the executive director of the Native Wellness Institute.
The Native Wellness movement was a movement where our people were realizing we don't have to carry the hurts and the pain, that we can live a life of balance between our physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being.
A cornerstone of Jolene's group is the Native Youth Warrior Camp that she runs each summer in Oregon. Before the pandemic, 350 campers representing 60 tribes attended the camp.
They're sleeping in a teepee or a tent. We cook as much traditional foods as we can. We know the healing power really that our earth has, that the water has, that our trees have, really to live like our ancestors lived. That's what we're trying to do.
Out of their last camp, a group of 17 participants formed a movement called the Indigenous 20-somethings Project.
I just get emotional because I don't have worries about what's going to happen in the future because these young people are stepping up. I'm so proud of them and proud for all of our people who embrace that positive change.
As all three of these organizations approach another summer outside, they continue to push forward towards a more welcoming and inclusive vision of outdoor culture in our most wild places.
This summer, Blackpackers will be hosting trips in Colorado Springs. Patty Gonia will be working with the Outdooristo to run online diversity training sessions. And the Native Wellness Institute will host gatherings to celebrate Native identity. All good stuff. All right, coming up, an outdoor guide shares what to know, bring, and wear on any outdoor adventure. And later, how diving gave one woman the power to feel connected to herself again. That's right after this.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Wellness Today, the healing power of nature. As we plan our summer activities, it is important that we're prepared with the proper knowledge and equipment before we hit the trail. So we have some help for you today. Melissa Goodwin, outdoor guide and founder of Girl Gotta Hike, is here to share what to know, what to wear, and what to carry for hikes and walks and more. Thank you for talking with us today.
Thank you for having me.
I feel like there are people like you. You're like the hardcore hikers. But I think there are more people like me where we're getting outside post-pandemic. We're ready, or not even post-pandemic, but during the pandemic. So we think we know, but we really don't know. So it's good that we have you here today. Talk about, first of all, what we need to know before we set out.
Yeah, I think, like you said, there's so many people that have found hiking during the pandemic who maybe didn't do it before. And it really doesn't have to be that big thing. It could be just a walk in your local park. It could be heading an hour away. So I think the idea of hiking in general, just keeping it a little closer to home, might make it a little easier to start with.
I think you're right. So let's start with the items you recommend to help navigate your route.
Yeah, you definitely want to check out a map of your local area. Those are often downloadable online ahead of time.
Okay.
So you can have it in your phone and you can kind of get a sense of where you're heading before you're actually out there.
Because I think some people see it as an adventure to not know what to expect.
Yeah,
but it's, you know.
I would definitely caution against that. You know, a little bit of preparation goes a long way.
Okay.
You know, just having the basics.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about some of the things that we need to navigate.
Yeah, so to navigate, again, just that map on your phone.
Okay.
And then you're going to want to carry a backpack, and you're going to want to have water inside.
Check.
Bring more water, maybe than you think you would normally drink on an afternoon, because weather conditions might want to drink more. You want to have a first aid kit, just in case. Usually any small injuries are minor, but you want to be prepared. Bring plenty of snacks for the day. Stuff that's high in protein and carbs will fuel you throughout your hike.
You know, I think a lot of people, and I know I'm guilty of this, the times that I've gone, I only expect to be gone for maybe an hour or so. So I have to be honest, we take water, but we don't really take snacks because I think we just assume we'll be back. But I guess that's the whole point, isn't it?
Yeah, you might be enjoying yourself so much that you want to stay out longer. Maybe the day is really nice. So bringing that food will just, help fuel the rest of your journey.
And what about these two things?
Yeah, so definitely you want to have sunscreen out there and bug spray. Ticks are, notorious. And then for the hat, that's another sun protectant, as well as a headlamp.
So this was new to me because some of these I'm like, okay, no brainers, I get it, water, what have you, but a headlamp?
Yeah, again, it's just that preparation in case you end up staying out longer than you intend to. The sun can go down early and you want to be able to find your way back.
And another good point we should mention is to let somebody know where you're going.
Absolutely.
Do you know what I mean? We've seen cases in the news where people don't know where their loved ones are.
Yeah, so checking in with a friend or a family member before you go and then when you get back.
That makes sense.
Would be.
All right, so last but not least, I was talking about what's behind me here. I just assumed you would have to wear pants.
Yeah, I think in the summer, it's kind of up to your own comfort level. Go with what is going to give you flexibility and movement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else I'm missing? Kind of see, we got the snacks, we got the water, first aid kit.
When you're thinking about clothes, make them wicking material.
Okay.
That helps get the sweat out of your system and keeps you dry along the way.
And do you have a favorite brand of boots or anything that we should be paying attention to?
The best brand of boots or trail runners are what fit your feet best. Everybody's foot is different. I definitely recommend hiking socks specifically.
I didn't even know that was a thing. What are hiking socks?
They give you extra cushion in the toes and along the back of your heel to help prevent rubbing and some of those common blisters and stuff like that. They definitely help along the way.
Well, thank you so much. Again, I don't want people to think, oh, I got this, because these are things I didn't know. The headlamp, hiking socks, who knew? And have you noticed more of an interest, especially even with your group, with people trying to get outside?
Absolutely. Yeah. Definitely a lot of new people out there. And have fun.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I just looked at some phones in her pictures. She's seen some beautiful things on hikes, so she knows of what she speaks. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
All right, when we come back, the transformative organization that teaches people of all abilities to enjoy the ocean, right here on Wellness Today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Wellness Today. We've talked about the ways nature can bring healing, but what does that look like in practice? I had the opportunity to sit down with a remarkable woman whose journey started with learning how to scuba dive. Take a look.
As the daughter of two-time Indy 500 winner Al Unser Jr. and granddaughter of four-time winner Al Unser Sr., Cody Unser comes from a long line of champions.
Tell me what life was like growing up in the Unser household.
Growing up like in a racing family, I was very active.
That is until Cody's life hit an unexpected speed bump at at the age of 12.
I was in basketball practice and suddenly I had a really hard time catching my breath, like I couldn't breathe. So my coach said, all right, Cody, just sit down, relax, and everything got worse. I got the worst headache I've ever felt. I still couldn't breathe. So the school called 911. They put me in the locker room, and that's when my left leg went completely numb. My right leg was like tingling, but I couldn't move them. So in a matter of 20, 30 minutes, I became paralyzed out of nowhere.
Cody was diagnosed with transverse myelitis, a rare autoimmune disorder caused by inflammation of the spinal cord.
I felt like I was only going to experience life 50%, because my body was only working in half. So I remember those days being very dark and lonely.
Searching for an activity that would inspire hope in his sister, Cody's brother introduced her to scuba diving.
Up until that point, everything in my life surrounded the paralysis. But scuba diving was the aha thing that let me know, all right, Cody, you're fine the way you are.
What is it like when you're under the water?
Absolutely freeing, absolutely peaceful. All you hear is your breathing. There's colors down in, the ocean that I've never seen on land in nature. But for me, it gave me my independence back. I want to share this feeling with others.
After learning to dive, she founded the Quality of Life program, Cody's Great Scuba Adventures, to share her love of the water with others who also have disabilities.
And for the last 23 years, we've, gone to different camps that kind of help, young kids with disabilities and, kind of given them the experience. The 2017 trip in particular was really awesome. We basically went down to Key Largo and we got them certified. The kids now suddenly they have the confidence to conquer the world.
I refer to the water as the great equalizer. Seeing all of the fish and the aquatic life, and this beauty is all around us.
Whether it's scuba diving or hiking or whatever it is, there's clearly a healing power outdoors.
Oh, for sure. When it comes to therapy and kind of physical movement, we need to think beyond, just four walls at a gym or a rehab center. And what about scuba diving?
Cody advocates for people with disabilities and hopes the outdoor industry will continue to find ways to become more accessible. I enjoyed my conversation with her for sure. All right, well, thank you for joining me to explore the healing power of nature. We've seen how spending time in the great outdoors can lead to a positive physical, mental, and emotional transformation. And I am certainly excited to embrace the warmer weather as we head into summer. Hope you are too. I'm Chanel Jones, and we'll see you next time on Wellness Today.
Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day. This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
A unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you
Okay.
guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
So, listen, without giving away too much, and I know you won't, what is Nope about?
It's about a lot of things. And I think, the first notion that I latched onto when I was writing this movie was this idea of making a spectacle, making something people would have to see.
Right here, you are going to witness an absolute spectacle. So what happens next? Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready? Here we go.
And I felt like I was fighting for cinema. I was fighting for the theatrical experience when I was writing this film. So it's about spectacle. And from there, I explored that and started to sort of uncover what I think is like the dark side of our relationship with spectacle.
You could make the argument, I watched it last night, you could make the argument that the film, at least on its face, seems to be about this idea that spectacle can consume us, does consume us, quite literally in some cases. Is that part of what we were going for?
I mean, we are, I like what you did. Look, this is a society of the spectacle. And I think that the idea of spectacle harms us in many ways, whether it's something we are so obsessed by that we give it too much power because it has a spectacular nature to it, or if it's because we use the spectacle to distract ourselves from the truth. We have this very dark relationship with it, and I think about bottlenecking, right? When we're driving, when we're in traffic and there's an accident, and that traffic slows down, it's because everybody's sneaking a peek at that awful spectacle, and it's slowing everybody down. And so I latched onto that and said, let's make a movie about that.
This would be an opportunity. I'm talking rich and famous for life.
There's plenty of videos of flying online.
Ain't nobody gonna get what we gonna get.
What we gonna get?
The money shot.
It's about human nature.
Yeah. All my films are about human nature and about something that I fear is part of our DNA and scares me. And it's something that I share with us, but I feel like it hasn't been sort of pinpointed yet.
I read in an interview recently that you maintain this is not a film that could have been made 5 years ago. Why not?
I think there's, a lot of reasons. I think from from the standpoint of representation, I think this idea of letting a Black director put his vision into a film and commit to it, and into the Great American Flying Saucer film. Let's put it this way: 5 years ago, I didn't think they would ever let me do that, And so and then even on the technological front, I worked with cinematographer Hoyte van Hoytema, who is absolute legend, and some of the techniques we developed on this to achieve spectacle have never been attempted before, and so I'm just very proud of what we pulled off in that way.
A couple times I'm watching, I'm thinking, this is expensive. This is really expensive. They gave Jordan Peele the checkbook, and I'm like, go do what you want.
Hey, yeah. I mean, look, that's another piece of this puzzle is that so much of my career before I became a director was marred with this internalized sense that I could never be allowed to do that no one would ever trust me with money, enough money to do my vision, the way they would trust other people. I felt that was true, and so here I am, Universal Studios. They've proven me wrong.
Get Out. The social commentary on race is obvious.
We have to wait for the tram to go by.
Yes. These are folks who are going to be coming to see.
This is monumental. This is what I'm about. This is what it's about right here. Right now, they think that I am
Jordan Peele.
Yeah.
Mr. Peele. It's his set.
Welcome. Welcome.
They'll come back next week.
They'll think I'm an animatronic that's just here, and they'll come back.
So Get Out, obviously. I mean, the social commentary there on race is pretty obvious.
Do you find being African American has more advantage or disadvantage in the modern world?
It's a tough one.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
And I think you can make the argument that us is sort of about what human beings, like what we're capable of, the sinister nature of our behavior. This doesn't seem to be as much about race. Is that by design?
Yeah, it's certainly not as much about Get Out, where the very fabric of the plot machinations were about this racial dynamic. I feel like it's impossible to make a movie with people of color in it and have it not be about race. I mean, hell, I think it's impossible to make any movie without it being about race because, race is all around us. I think what is interesting and sort of where the notion of Nope and the title came from, which on one hand is, something that Black people recognize as our point of view in horror situations, is this acknowledgement of this thing we're talking about, where you can't have Black people in a flying saucer film and just have it be the same experience. It's not. There's a different relationship. No. And this film is also, which takes place in the outskirts of Hollywood, or the industry of the spectacle, is also so wrapped up with this idea of representation and erasure, which those themes are in there, but to your point, it's an adventure and a horror spectacle about human nature.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. war will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I think, as we talk about spectacles, it becomes abundantly clear that all the themes and characters in this movie interact or represent the media in some way, and or some faction of it. And obviously the nucleus of the media I'm sort of examining here is Hollywood. And the selling of dreams, the selling of nightmares, the selling of illusion. That's in the cornerstone of the piece.
But it's not just an indictment of Hollywood. I mean, there are a couple moments in the film where it's sort of an indictment of us, of journalism.
Yeah. Any time that we're going to make money off of the human need to see something crazy, that to me is what I call spectacleization. And I'm a guilty party. Yeah. You're a guilty party. We kind of all are in some ways, whatever side we're all on it, and that's kind of the point.
We are, by the way.
Okay, here we go.
This is a big deal.
Because
Jordan Peele has been memorialized.
Memorialized? Does that happen after?
You've got Jaws, you've got Back to the Future.
Yeah, but
you don't have a lot of sets. But I mean, well, that's true. That's a good point. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
this is a big deal.
This is good.
This is your set.
So this, if I can tell you about the space. Yeah. I know you saw the film, but this is Jupiter's Claim, which is a theme park owned by a former child star, Ricky Juke Park, played by Stephen Yeun. It is in the vision of the movie Kid Sheriff that he was in as a child in the mid-90s. I don't know if you remember that film, Kid Sheriff.
I do not.
Okay, well it's real. And here we are. And obviously, there's more to meets the eye than here. So, if you're when you're going to see Nope, so there is another layer to what happens here.
You don't want to give away too much.
Don't want to give away too much.
But you could make the argument that this is a centerpiece of the film, the Star Lasso experience. We won't tell folks exactly.
We won't tell people what happened
What
there.
happened here.
But something did happen there. Something did occur. And here we are. No, I mean, look, it's a UFO movie, and there is something about this world that to juxtapose the sort of uncanny valley world of this sort of mom and park theme park, right in the middle of a sort of UFO hotspot. It was just the kind of juxtaposition it was very me, I thought.
If someone had said to you 10, 15, 20 years ago that Jordan Peele, one of his films would have permanent space here on the lot at Universal, what would you have said?
I would have said, well, then it would have worked. My plan would have worked.
This is part of the grand plan all along.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if I knew to really dream this big, but I did. I did. I mean, when I first came to Universal Studios as a kid, I was very enamored with movie making and the idea of being in a space where people actually make movies. And I just want to, and so, to have a home on a lot, let alone this lot, is just very special to me.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive. Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Michael Abels, he, of course, scored this one. He scored Get Out. He scored Us. I interviewed him a few months ago. I've been a fan of his work for a long time. And he told the story of when you called to invite him on that first project. And he thought you were punking him. What is it about Michael and his style that has led you guys to work together so much?
Well, it's so funny that he thought I was punking him because I had never directed a film when I first reached out to him on Get Out. And what I loved about his style is he has an ability to create new genres of music. And he can do it many times. You can sort of describe a new flavor of music and he can achieve that.
They took him. They took him all.
I'm trying to save you. My brother is out there.
And that's how I want my films to feel. I want it to feel like something you've never experienced. And so, that's what he does. He's like a Shaolin monk.
You know? That's a great, and masterful. The music last night, not to give away too much, but I feel like when you watch and you listen to a Jordan Peele film now, that it's a Jordan Peele film. Like that's become one of the hallmarks of it.
I love that. I love that. I spend a lot of time just focusing on this responsibility of trying to be a mirror for what comes in, and so to hear at the end people say that they can see me in there. In the cross section of these things, they sort of see me. I feel like, yeah, you do.
Daniel Kaluuya, you guys have become quite the dynamic duo. We came to know him and Get Out. We see him again here. What is it about working with Daniel that makes it so special?
Daniel, I've said it before. I'll say it again. He's my favorite actor to watch and to work with as well. We have a special. I believe he has this with any director he has this with, but we have a shorthand that is just the dream as a director, that you can have somebody and with very little words. It's like siblings, with very little words. We can come up to we walk up after a scene. I can be like, that thing, but what? Yep. It's like one of those silent conversations, and he's so committed. He's so focused, such a professional. Yeah, man, that's my star.
I want to talk about something. I want to ask you whether something informs your work, and if so, how it does. You are a biracial man in America, white mom, black father. And some of the themes that we've seen emerge in your films, it would seem from the outside, it would seem to be that worldview informs your movie making in a somewhat pronounced way. Is that accurate? And if so, how?
My race, I think, has informed my entire artistic journey. And part of it has been trying to reconcile the box and the boxes that the country puts people of color in, and trying to break out of that box, those boxes, whatever, and trying to identify, what does this mean? What? And so I think from an early on, you see this pattern in my work. It is about digging into those boxes so I can shed them and break out of them. And so, ever since I kind of started on that mission, I got into this pattern of just like, look, if I see a box, I'm gonna break it. If I see something I'm not supposed to do, I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna figure out how to make it work.
When people leave the theater after they see this film, what do you want them to be thinking about? Not to think, but what do you want them to be thinking about?
I mean, that's a great question. This is their turn. This is their time for their end of the conversation. I think if I had too clear of an idea of what I wanted them to be thinking about, I think I feel like I wouldn't be having the conversation with the audience. That's up to them. I want to know what they, like I said, I feel like with Nope, we described a feeling and we portrayed a feeling, and we brought a sense of magic and adventure out of what was a very dark place and very dark time. And so I hope that they're just fulfilled and glad they went out to see it at an IMAX, which, by the way, IMAX.
You used IMAX cameras for this, I read.
Oh yeah, we used IMAX cameras.
Again, very expensive.
Oh, very expensive stuff. You can't just, but it makes it's. I think it's the best way to watch the film.
Yeah.
And the format is just immersive.
It is.
The whole thing with me is like, I wanted to make a flying saucer movie because I just felt like if we can feel like we are in the presence of something other, if we feel like that's real, then that's just an immersive experience worthy of going to the movies.
When Get Out came out, I read that at the time you said you had 3 or 4 more films like that of the horror genre. You had 3 of those, 4 of those, you had them in your pocket. But as you sit here now, you say there are more.
So you weren't supposed to say it? I'm kidding.
Did I give it away? Oh, no.
No, you good. Look, I've got more. I'm not going to have just one more film.
Okay.
I've got more now. No, it's...
Of the horror genre?
It's funny you bring up the horror genre. I would say yes, because I'm always going to be having, scary things in my film. But I do like this, I do like expanding. And I like working with the comedy. I like working with the adventure. Yeah. Genre is a thing to subvert.
You like to bend the genre?
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned that because there were a few times last night where I thought, this is funny. This is thrilling. Do you consider this a horror film?
Well, like I said, I think it's Nope. I do consider it a horror film in that horror it's my favorite genre, and I hope it honors horror. I hope it's scary enough to make people talk about Nope. At the same time, I want people to feel some other things besides fear as well. Let's put it that way.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It's hard to believe Keke Palmer is only 28 years old. Since her acting debut in Barbershop 2 nearly 20 years ago, Keke has appeared in more than 60 TV shows and movies.
Keke's starring in Jordan Peele's thriller Nope. She plays Emerald, who may have captured footage of a UFO, which she and her brother are hoping to cash in on. Take a look.
We don't just go for the quick cash in, okay? We go to the most credible platform to do the story.
What's that, like Oprah?
Yeah, like Oprah, for example. After that, everybody want in.
Well, I'm saying there's plenty of videos of flying online. I saw one the other day that wasn't on Oprah.
I didn't say Oprah. You said Oprah. You love Oprah. Like, all I'm saying is all that online is fake, low quality. Ain't nobody gonna get what we gonna get.
What we gonna get?
The shot.
What shot?
The shot. The money shot. Undeniable, singular, the Oprah shot.
The Oprah shot?
The Oprah shot. Come on out, Keke.
Yes.
So good to see you guys. So happy you're here.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for having
Congratulations.
Oh, get the
Can you give a little French moment?
Okay, first of all, you're looking beautiful.
Shout out to Wayman DeMica and Christopher John Rogers.
Yes, he's such a talent, and so are you. I got to watch this film, which had me like both terrified and also laughing. I mean, first of all, Jordan Peele is a crazy talent.
Yes. He is.
But you are effervescent in this. You shine so bright. What did it feel like to be part of it?
Thank you so much. I mean, it feels so much fun. I mean, obviously, I'm a huge fan of Jordan, and this is like a different type of film that he's done before. The style is just really unique, but there's always this big, overwhelming message. So for me, I was just focused on making sure that I was able to, do what I needed to do to get the story told.
Yeah. Now, a lot of what's been pointed out about this film, it's about what could be. How does this come out in this film?
Oh man, I think that's the whole spectacle concept, right? There's something that the two lead characters, myself and Daniel's brother and sister, they discover something in the sky. Yeah. And then they're on this journey, both for different reasons, of finding out what is it exactly. Daniel's character, OJ, just is curious. And then my character's kind of like, how can we get ahead of this? How can we exploit this? And through that journey, it's really just kind of more so an observation of how many of us in today's society are obsessed with outside things, validation, exploiting, getting everything on footage, Yeah.
So, but let's be real. Keke's in her backyard having a cocktail with her homegirls, and she sees a UFO. Who is Keke calling first?
Honey, aside from talking to the girls that I'm with, I'm calling my mama. I'm on here Sharon on the line. Sharon, you'll never believe what I just seen. That's always what goes down.
We have to talk about your mom. We have this picture of you all in front of the Nope billboard somewhere, hopefully. But also, I've read so much about how she's there we are.
Yes.
Like how she made you feel like you could do anything.
Absolutely. My mother, my family they've been such a great support system for me. And my mom specifically, she and I both were always on this kind of road together, thick as thieves, battling throughout every ups and downs of this industry. And so just for us to continue to have these new moments, even after 20 years, I think we're just feeling so blessed.
I read your Glamour cover story, which was so profound because you talked about saying no.
Yeah.
And the power of it. And also like that you feel comfortable now being like, listen, like I'm gonna put up my own boundaries.
Yeah.
Like how has that changed?
I think it could just get hard for us, right? I mean, especially as a child entertainer, you just always want to be so agreeable.
Yeah.
I think it's a part
of a woman.
And you know what I mean? I think it's a part of maturing and saying, it's okay to say no, I can't do this. And it's like a big part of self self-love, and also knowing that you can give your best. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's the way that I help myself transition to understanding that it's okay to say no, is that at the end of the day, all I want to do is do my best. And if I'm giving too much and I'm spread too thin, then how can I give my best? So that really made it easy for me to say, just say no, girl.
Yeah.
But how do you, like, because I know a lot of actors in Hollywood go into it like this could be the last job.
Yeah. Exactly.
And how do you get over that fear of, like, if you take a break, that it's not going to come back?
Well, I'll tell you, I think it's just faith. It's faith. You know, and that's something that we all are on our own personal journeys with, whether it's a spiritual thing or just faith in yourself, and to know that what's for me is truly for me. I remember there was something that Daniel said recently, I think it was a GQ or Essence that he was talking to, about how he had, thought he was going to take a break from acting right before he did Get Out. And he took that break, and then he met with Jordan, ended up doing Get Out, and so I think it's, again, everybody should follow their instincts and know that if it's time for you to take a break, take a break. Just know that what's for you is always going to be for you.
Yes. And do you feel like, I mean, you said in this article that you're sort of in this next phase of your life, where you want to be with your nephews and your nieces, and you're thinking about like your personal life in a way that you've never thought about it before.
Absolutely, because again, I started so young, and kind of it's like a kid that starts doing football, or basketball. This is all I care about. But then as time goes on, you get more interest. You think about love. You think about family. You think about, I missed a graduation, or I missed so you start.
No, Keke, don't get baby fever around those kids. Okay.
So it's so true that you start caring about things that you really didn't, you didn't look at before. And I think, again, it's about balance. I think that's what I want more than anything in my life, is to have the balance of all the things I want.
Ooh, so you're going to show us a picture of that man in the commercial break.
Oh, my God.
What you going to do, like?
It's so much fun.
Hey, what's up, everybody? We've got a jam-packed Pop Star Plus for you. On the show today is the woman behind the voice of Bart Simpson. Of course, Nancy Cartwright shared some memories from over 30 years of The Simpsons. And Brian Baumgartner, who played Kevin Malone on The Office, he spoke to us about why fans love The Office so much. And later, Fran Drescher told us why every human should own a pet. And our buddy Leah Remini revealed what she likes to watch. It might surprise some people. All right, that was a good teaser for you. Let's get to today's first item. It's Nancy Cartwright. She might be the most recognizable voice from The Simpsons because she plays Bart Simpson. She's the voice. She's been behind the naughty and rebellious Bart for 30 years in The Simpsons, and she told us what it's been like to be part of such an iconic show.
When I was cast as Bart, it was such a dream come true for me, because I think everybody has a little bit of Bart Simpson in him or her, in them. It's true. We all have these personalities. We're such a conglomeration of so many personalities. I describe Bart Simpson as being a 10-year-old school-hating underachiever and proud of it. That was the description that I read in the original audition when I went. And I was supposed to go in for Lisa, but I decided I wanted to do Bart, and he just seemed more interesting than an 8-year-old middle child. His description was so much more clear. So I went in, and Matt Groening was there, and I had an idea in mind, and I said, blah, 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 blah. He's like, oh my God, that's him, that's Bart. And I was hired, boom, on the spot.
Eat my shorts.
Eat my shorts.
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? I think Bart Simpson's probably got the most catchphrases of anyone. It's, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? Eat my shorts. Get bent. No way, man. Cowabunga. Whoa, mama. I mean, all these things are like, whoa. Score. It's such a hard question to answer about, like, what's my favorite. It's kind of like asking who's your favorite kid. There's a good handful of episodes that definitely rank up there. Some of my favorites are the musicals. I love the musicals, like Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, that's a really good one, because that's that takeoff on Mary Poppins, and Sherry Bobbins is so funny, and the singing of it is just crazy. If you want to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter.
If you wish to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter. Help us with math and book reports. Might I add, eat my shorts, Bart?
Oh, When Bart Gets an F. That's the title of it. It's the first show of the second season, and kind of humbly speaking, I guess, modestly speaking, that one, it got a lot of attention. And it takes Bart, it turns him into, from the first 13 that we did the first season, that episode really shows you a level of Bart Simpson that you had never seen before. And he goes into, he just gets really, really sad. And he's super sincere about how he tried to study. And he starts to cry because he feels like he's going to flunk the 4th grade. And that stands out in my mind.
What's the matter? Well, I would think you'd be used to failing by now.
No, you don't understand. I really tried this time. I really tried.
Early on in the show, it was made very clear to us that the actors are not the stars of the show, that the characters are the stars of the show. And nobody had any problem with that. I don't think anybody had any idea that the show was going to go on, 33 plus years and turn into the icon that it is. But we're all like armpit to armpit, elbow to elbow in one little tiny booth that was not meant for recording in. So we had like moving carpets up on the walls because one big wall was all glass, and when we spoke it would vibrate, so they had to put a carpet in front of it, and we would all share the same microphone, armpit check, and here I am very pregnant. It was a lot of give and take from all of us actors, but it was, I look at that and like, that is such a humble, modest beginning for what came to be, It's pretty cool. When I meet fans, it's like, it's pretty cool because most of the time I'm not recognized. Most of the time I'm just this anonymous celebrity, and it doesn't matter where I am, nobody, because I don't look like him, my skin's not yellow, 9 spikes, I'm not a 10-year-old boy. But I can have more causation over revealing who I really am. And so if it's just a spontaneous thing and I'm talking to somebody and I ask them, so what's your name? And they say, oh, my name's Katie. And I'll say, oh, hi, Katie, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? And it is just like the jaw drops to the ground. And it's equally fun for me. It still is to this day. I love surprising people. And it's kind of a cool thing. It sometimes pops people out of their funk. And isn't that kind of what we need right now? We need some kind of enlightenment. We need some humor, some lightness, some aesthetics. One question that people like to ask me is, why is The Simpsons so successful? How has it lasted this long? And I think it actually doesn't even matter what, this is funny to say this, what decade you look at, because we're in our 3rd decade. That's crazy. But no matter what decade you look at, The Simpsons has a consistency in the business model, in the way that it's done. It's got this family that has its own kind of rules or lack of rules, and they're kind of a nice, quote unquote, normal family. And I do think they represent a lot of people that can say, wow, that's us. Whether it's The Simpsons or all the citizens of Springfield, it's like people can find things that they can relate to. And that has been such a success, and the tip of the hat to the writers and the executives on the show.
Thanks to Nancy for sharing all those memories with us. Next up, we're revisiting the Dunder Mifflin Paper Company with The Office star Brian Baumgartner.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Breland, good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. We have Scranton, Pennsylvania on the mind for this next flashback interview. Hard to believe it's been 17 years since the premiere of The Office, the hit TV show about the work lives of paper company employees. Brian Baumgartner played the lovable Kevin Malone and weighed in on why he thinks people still love the show so much.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
I want to eat pigs in a blanket. In a blanket.
Nope, it's not Ashton Kutcher. It's Kevin Malone. Equally handsome, equally smart.
Well, Kevin Malone, how would I describe Kevin Malone? I think Kevin Malone is a man of some unique skills, who is misunderstood in a way. His childlike sensibility fits into the rest of the ensemble of The Office very well. I had such a blast playing him and continue to be delighted by how fans react to him. I do think that of all of the other actors and characters on The Office, I do think that probably I'm the most dissimilar to mine.
My Kleenex shoes were a huge conversation piece, but man, my dogs are barking.
But, you know, look, I loved his ability to be in the moment. I used to say he has no memory of what happened before or any ramifications for what might happen in the future. But in the moment, if he enjoyed a moment, he was willing to show it. Often didn't think too far ahead, but I had a blast playing with him. And you know, our little group in the corner, the accountants, Oscar and Angela and Kevin, I describe it as kind of a perfect comedy triangle.
Well, I need to give my cat up for adoption.
The one who uses the doorbell, or the one with the Mexican hat, or the one with the rain galoshes, or the one that you let go around naked?
Which had nothing to do with us, which had to do with the writers and the construction of the characters. But the way that the alliances kept shifting, their specific personalities and how they played off of each other was so much fun to do for almost a decade. I think for me now, my favorite episode would have to be Stress Relief, otherwise known as the Dwight's fake fire drill.
Oh, here's a door. Check that one out. How's the handle?
It's warm. Okay, go to the back door.
Another option. Another option. Jeez. Okay, settle down, everyone.
And I think, you know, for me now, there's so many great episodes, but I think for me, what was happening outside of the show carries special significance for me as well. So I think it's a hilariously funny, well-written episode.
I saw a friend today, it had been a while. We forgot each other's names.
A lot of things spring to mind thinking about the finale. I basically shot the show my 30s. My whole 30s was dedicated to being together, which is high school and college, and then 2 more years, spending a lot of time with those people. So, you know, it was really knowing that whatever happened, the friendships would be there, relationships would remain, but we wouldn't be spending 60 to 70 hours a week together anymore. And that was going to be a huge change for us. So a huge feeling of loss, but also tremendously proud of the journey that we had and the fact that we chose to end it. We had a story that we wanted to tell, and we made sure that we got that story in and told it, you know, largely with the original people who were cast. I mean, I don't think anyone who was on the show could have ever guessed that the show would end up becoming what it has become today. I mean, we almost made a pilot and was never on the air. And then, the fact that an audience picked up on it, I always knew what we were doing was special. If people gave it a chance, I just thought, well, people aren't going to give it a chance. So I'm tremendously proud of the show. As I say to people, I'm a fan of the show and love watching it, and I'm so proud to have been a part of it. In examining through this book that I have coming out, Welcome to Dunder Mifflin, one of the things that we are looking at is why the show has not just survived, but has thrived 8 years after we have filmed anything. And I think that it's really about the people. It's really about the construction of the idea and the aesthetic of the show that was so really revolutionary and groundbreaking at the time, but the hiring of the specific actors to play the roles and the writing staff that was brought in, which are now the top comedy writers in television today. It was just a special and unique collection of people led by Greg Daniels, who, created the show, and his genius in finding the perfect people for their job. That's really why I think.
What a classic. We love that show in our house. Hope you enjoyed that one. Office fans, it was for you. Coming up, we've got nanny star Fran Drescher sharing the key to easing her anxiety. It happens to be her furry friend.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. Did you know that Fran Drescher is a huge dog lover? She's even had a famous dog of her own. Get this, Chester, that's the dog on The Nanny, was actually Fran's real-life dog. She told us all about that and how her pets have shaped her life in this episode of our series, My Pet Tale.
I starred on The Nanny, and I wrote a part for my first dog ever, Chester Drescher.
Oh, Chester, I haven't seen you in such a long time.
Nanny, fine, please. He doesn't like strangers.
Chester was an amazing dog because he was extremely consistent in his behavior. We knew what he would do under certain circumstances, so we wrote towards that. And that was why every time, Cece Babcock grabbed him away from me, we knew that he would growl.
Oh, how thoughtful.
So we always had her do that.
You need some time to get used to you. I mean, you can't expect a dog to just jump into your arms and love you at first sight.
Mr. Sheffield. Oh, you got her a puppy? Oh, how sweet. Oh, look how friendly he is.
And it was great working with him because he was always on the set anyway. I'm always of the camp must love dogs. I have a dog now, Angel Grace, and I rescued her just days before lockdown, and then she rescued me. And for the first couple of months of our relationship at my house, you know, it was just her and me. I don't think she really knew what was happening, but all of a sudden, you know, it was just the two of us for a couple of months, and so it really did bond us. And we're very, very close now, and she's 3 years old, and I travel with her, and she's my service animal, so I'm just very grateful to have the first big dog I've ever had. And, you know, she gives me added security and helps me through situations that sometimes would otherwise make me anxious. She's kind of different shades of white and bone, and I thought she was so loving when I met her at the rescue place, and so sweet that I said, you know, are you an angel? Did Samson send you to me? And Samson was the dog that sadly had died just days earlier from a stroke. I said, are you an angel? Is that your name? And it just seemed suitable to her because she is such an angel. She is definitely a big part of the family. She's got all these other mothers who come and take care of her if I have to go out of town and I can't take her with me. Dog is God spelled backwards, and I think that dogs are here to teach us unconditional love, to remind us that there's room in our hearts to love another, even if you've loved and lost. And I think that every human should experience unconditional love. It's just a bond between two species that really is unparalleled. I just, you know, couldn't live without having a canine to love and care for and feel loved by and share my bed with. Just be there as a friend and a companion and company. They're wonderful company. In fact, as a cancer survivor, you know, I always tell other people recently diagnosed, make sure your pet sleeps in the bed with you, because at night is when your imagination and fear starts to run wild because you don't have the distractions of the day. And if you don't have a pet, get one.
Well, it's really nice to hear people's pet stories. They mean so much. All right, still to come, Leah Remini breaks down her must-watch list.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this? Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
And welcome back. We absolutely love learning more about our friend Leah Remini. When she can't fall asleep, she turns to one particular show, and it just might surprise you. She spoke to us for our What I Watch series.
When I have to fall asleep, when I can't fall asleep, I put on Forensic Files. Don't know why. Listening to stories, people being murdered, gets me to sleep. That's probably, I mean, a psychologist would probably have an answer.
It was a delivery he never expected.
The older version of Forensic Files, the guy's voice, it's so soothing. And he's like, and then they found her decapitated. Something about the guy's voice. I don't know what it is. What I watch when I need comfort food is a reality show. Pick any one, housewives of any state, or I watch a Love Island, or I watch Below Deck, basically Bravo. What I love about reality shows in general is that I just feel like it takes me away, like it's a mind vacation. I find myself not multitasking in my brain, like when I'm watching something that's newsworthy, I start to think about all the things I need to do in my life, things I'm not doing right. I think I should be a better daughter, a better mother, a better this, a better aunt, a better sister, But when I watch reality shows, it's almost like my mind is suspended. It is literally frozen. And I mean, the picture I get of myself while I'm watching reality shows is just kind of drool, it isn't, but that's what I picture myself doing because it's so mind numbing. My daughter Sophia got me onto Love Island, but only UK versions. Like, we find that to be the better versions of Love Island. It's a little riskier. So I really tend to go to those, or like I'll watch a marathon of like Say Yes to the Dress. It's the not having to think about changing the channel or, so it's usually if I see there's 5, 6, 7, 8 seasons of something, I'm in, because then somehow I like fall asleep and then I'm like, wait, well, how'd I get on season 4? And it's just anything that has multiple seasons. What I watch that might surprise people, I don't know that what I watch might surprise people. I do watch a lot of documentaries. I don't know that that's surprising to people, but when people talk about documentaries, they're like, you probably haven't seen this. I'm like, seen it. Like, I'll watch a documentary on flies. Like, I just love documentaries. It doesn't really matter what it is. I just love real stories.
Sitting here in traffic on the Queensboro Bridge tonight.
I didn't need to prepare for the King of Queens because I am Carrie. There's no need for me to prep. Oh, she's a girl from Brooklyn married to a neighborhood guy who has a crazy father in her basement. Like, there was nothing I needed to prep for. I knew the character. I know the character very well. But you know what's funny about the King of Queens is that I remember our producers, when I first got the role, we did a pilot and our executive producer was like, why are you wearing makeup? And I was like, first of all, have you been to a borough in New York? Like, you know what I mean? Like Queens, Brooklyn. The idea of what a borough was like, they don't get their nails done, they don't wear makeup. And I was like, first of all, everything from a borough, like I'm from Bensonhurst. Don't tell me, like, I didn't have a lot of money growing up, but my stuff was coordinated. Like my outfits were matching the shirt, back in my day, it was matching your shirt with your socks and like everything was color coordinated. So like the idea of what somebody from New York is like was so off. And I was like, no, this girl gets her nails done, this girl gets her hair done, this girl, like, because this girl is me. So we're not doing sweatpants and I go, and by the way, if we wear sweatpants, it's color coordinated. What I watch when I did a good cry, oh God. Terms of Endearment, The Notebook, Steel Magnolias. It's about friendships, it's about family, it's about losing people that you love. I mean, it's just, and The Notebook just kills me. Every time. There's not a time. And then Moulin Rouge. I know that sounds crazy, but I cry every time. Every time she dies. Every time. I've seen it 56 times, probably just in the last year. It's a Wonderful Life. Every holiday, crying. Every time. Every time. What I watch with my family is anything my daughter wants to watch. It's not done by votes or even what her parents would want to watch, because as they get older, they have their own rooms, they have their own computers, they can watch whatever they want to watch. So if my daughter says, I want to watch such and such with you guys, I'm like, Kay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whatever she wants to watch, I'm like, I will watch.
Thanks to Leah for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Well, there you have it. That was today's Pop Star Plus. Thanks for being here, and join us again tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye.
A big hello to all our friends in Today All Day Land. Welcome to our digital show. We call it
Today in 30. Yes, this is a half-hour wrap-up, 30 minutes, of everything from the show. We're going to start with new details on a U.S. drone strike. It killed the leader of al-Qaeda, a key player in the 9/11 attacks, among others. Just ahead, we've got a conversation with the president's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan.
Then in our Consumer Confidential, we've got tips and tricks to help you take advantage of those rising interest rates, including the one thing you should ask your credit card company that can make a huge difference for you.
All right, then we're going to go back into the metaverse. After that, we're going to take a deep dive into virtual reality dating. A whole new way of looking for love. Savannah Sellers will show us how it works.
Okay, and then in the fourth hour, we got Joel McHale. He's scary. I mean, he's
Why
funny,
scary?
just terrifying. The comedian's back on E! Stopped by to tell us about his star-studded competition series. It's all coming up right now on
Today in 30. NBC's chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander with new details on the killing of al-Qaeda's leader coming in overnight. Peter, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. Hoda, good morning to you as well. The U.S. has been trying to kill Ayman al-Zawahiri for more than 2 decades. The notorious terrorist Osama bin Laden's successor, as you note, was among the architects of 9/11. And even within recent weeks, the U.S. says he was making videos calling for his followers to attack the United States and its allies. His death, a major victory for the Biden administration, nearly a year after the U.S.'s chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Now, justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more.
President Biden overnight still in isolation from COVID, announcing the U.S. has killed al-Qaeda's leader, Ayman al-Zawahiri, in a drone strike in Kabul, Afghanistan.
If you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
The strike was carried out at 9:48 Eastern Time Saturday, early Sunday morning in Afghanistan, when senior officials say the U.S. government used an unmanned drone and Hellfire missiles to target the third-floor balcony of a residential apartment building in downtown Kabul. 2 people briefed on the matter tell NBC News the operation was conducted by the CIA, punctuating months of planning. U.S. intelligence officials say had been tracking Zawahiri since early this year when he and his family moved to the Kabul safe house, the president giving the go-ahead 1 week ago.
None of his family members were hurt, and there were no civilian casualties.
After succeeding Osama bin Laden as al-Qaeda's leader in 2011, Zawahiri appeared in videos taunting the U.S. and its allies, calling on Muslims to attack America. A ruthless force behind al-Qaeda's operation, Zawahiri helped plan 9/11, as well as the 2000 attack on the USS Cole in Yemen that killed 17 Americans. And before that, the 1998 U.S. Embassy bombings in Kenya and Tanzania. Zawahiri's death comes as the U.S. prepares to mark 1 year since its chaotic and deadly exit from Afghanistan. By then, the Taliban had made an agreement with the U.S. that it would not provide safe harbor to terrorist groups like al-Qaeda. The Secretary of State saying overnight that the Taliban has grossly violated that agreement. Two senior Taliban leaders tell NBC News Zawahiri moved to Kabul within 5 or 6 months of the foreign fighters leaving. And a senior administration official says senior Taliban Haqqani network leaders were aware of his presence there.
And this morning, we are learning new details about the precise planning for this operation. Senior officials here say they brought a model of the Kabul apartment building to the White House Situation Room to brief President Biden on the risk to civilians, and that very few U.S. officials were aware of this mission before the president gave the green light last week. Savannah?
Peter, thank you very much. And joining us now is the National Security Advisor to President Biden, Jake Sullivan. Jake, good morning to you.
Good morning.
As we just heard, Ayman al-Zawahiri is notorious. He has a long and disturbing terrorist resume going back to the embassy bombings in Africa, the USS Cole, 9/11. Clearly an incredibly important security, a leadership figure and symbolic figure. My question to you is, how active do you think he was right now? Was he actively preparing, executing, planning, inspiring attacks against U.S. interests from Afghanistan?
Well, it's a great question, Savannah. Since bin Laden was killed in 2011, for more than a decade, Ayman al-Zawahiri was the emir of al-Qaeda. That means the #1 guy. And he remained a figure of inspiration for al-Qaeda leaders worldwide. But more than that, he worked to try to inspire plots against America and Americans, and he worked to hold together at a strategic level a global network of al-Qaeda terrorists to carry out those plots. So while he wasn't involved in day-to-day planning, we believe, in the years and months leading up to us taking him off the battlefield, we do believe he was playing an active role at a strategic level in directing al-Qaeda and in continuing to pose a severe threat against the United States and American citizens everywhere.
As you well know, it was just about 1 year ago that the president ordered all U.S. forces out of Afghanistan. And within months, it appears that the leader of al-Qaeda was able to move right back in downtown Kabul. Does this signal to you that Afghanistan has once again become a safe harbor for terrorists?
Well, I think it's strange to call it a safe harbor when we just took out the leader of al-Qaeda sitting on his balcony in Kabul. So, no, it does not signal that to me. What it signals to me, Savannah, is that the president has made good on his word when we left. He said the United States did not need to keep sending thousands of American men and women to fight and die in Afghanistan after 20 years of war to keep this country safe. He said we would be able to continue to target and take out terrorists in Afghanistan without troops on the ground. And over this weekend, with this swift and decisive action that he ordered, he delivered on that promise. He made good on what he said, and the United States continues to maintain the capacity to hold at risk any terrorist who plots against us from Afghanistan or anywhere else without having thousands of troops on the ground.
To put a fine point on it, do you believe the Taliban government knew that Ayman al-Zawahiri was living there? And what will you do, if anything, to hold the Taliban government accountable, if so?
We believe that there were senior members of the Haqqani network who are affiliated with the Taliban who did know that Zawahiri was in Kabul. There may have been other members of the Taliban who did not know. We have already been engaged with the Taliban, and I'm not going to preview any further actions that we will take to ensure that the Taliban lives up to its commitments not to allow any external plotting from Afghanistan, but rest assured the United States will be vigilant on that.
Let's take a turn. Let's get a boost. Here we go. All right, just when they couldn't seem any cuter, babies do the most surprising things that make them even more adorable. So watch what happens when this new dad plants a kiss on baby Ava. She's just napping on his chest. Take a look.
Oh my goodness. Roll it again.
And kiss and kiss.
Look at this baby.
Oh. And again, all day long. I know. Kisses them right back. I mean, that's priceless. That mom just screamed because she just saw the most precious moment ever.
It is
the sweetest. Look at how old she is, too. And
that's a tiny little baby.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Smart girl. Brilliant girl.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
This morning, we've got some tips and tricks to actually help you take advantage of those rising interest rates. Even with the cost of borrowing money going up, there are ways to stretch the paycheck and increase your savings.
There are. Senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us with some of those ways. We're all ears, Carrie.
Well, good morning. You know, the recent move by the Fed to again raise interest rates is all designed to slow or stop inflation, but it also has real impacts on us. So if you have a car loan, if you're carrying debt on your credit card, if you have a mortgage, some tips this morning that are all designed to save you money at a time when it seems like everything is more expensive. When interest rates rise, it's time to strategize, and that starts with the credit cards in your wallet. According to Bankrate, the average rate is now over 17%. If you do have credit card debt, you can move that balance to a 0% balance transfer card to avoid paying interest for a few months up to more than a year. Another option, lower your rate, and often all you have to do is pick up the phone and ask.
Go in with some ammunition in the form of offers you've seen at other sites, and then use that to frame the conversation.
LendingTree found that 70% of people who asked for a lower rate actually got one, with an average reduction of nearly 7%. Tiffany Williams is a mother of 3 who struggled with debt. She's now reduced her rate multiple times.
The more you do it, the more you get used to it, and you start kind of becoming a little bit more demanding once you realize that it's your money, not someone else's.
After you reduce that rate, financial experts say make sure your credit card is working for you.
Look at your year-end credit card statement from last year. This will give you a review of where you spent the most money, whether it was on travel, dining out, groceries. Then you can look for a credit card that offers more rewards for that specific spending category.
If you're looking to buy a house, there are also ways to cut costs on your mortgage. First, make a bigger down payment. The less money you borrow, the less interest you'll pay. Remember that you can refinance later once rates drop. And don't forget to shop around.
A lot of people will just go with a lender that they first found or that was recommended to them, but interest rates can vary by as much as 1% point from lender to lender, and that could translate into tens of thousands of dollars over the life of your loan.
Doing your homework is also critical for car loans. Experts say with rising rates and limited inventory, this probably is not the best time to buy. But if you need new wheels now, try to lock in a lower pre-approved rate for financing instead of what the dealer offers. Getting a co-signer can also help lower your rate. And what kind of car you pick off the lot matters. According to Edmunds, the average APR for a 2022 Subaru Legacy is 3.7%. A new Hyundai Sonata Hybrid will take you up to 4.5%, while a Nissan Altima is almost 7%.
Some really good tips there, Carrie. Now some good news as well when it comes to those prices at big box stores.
Well, actually, we see raising rates and inflation, but there is actually some good news here as well. Big box stores report that they have so much inventory, like Walmart, that they want to move out. So clothing and other items are now being priced at a lower price so they can move that inventory out. Target, Best Buy also looking at the same thing, and all of this, fortunately, happening at a time when people are going to begin that back-to-school shopping. Guys.
That's right. Really good point. Thank you so much, Carrie Sanders, for us there in Florida. Carrie, thank you.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We are back with our new series Inside the Metaverse, and this morning we're getting a look at a whole new way to date. People looking for love in virtual reality. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Seller, she gave it a try. We should point out, you are not looking for love.
Oh, she's engaged.
You have found love.
Wow. I hope you vetted this with Alex.
But you are the youngest that we have.
Don't worry, he gets a little shout out in here. You'll see. But
Okay.
That's true. That's true. I had to go check it out. For all the lonely hearts out there, there's a whole new kind of online dating. It involves just staying home, no makeup, just you and your VR headset. That's dating in the metaverse. Craig sounds thrilled. And a few new companies are hoping it'll catch on. Of course, I had to go see this for myself.
This is a duck world where you can feed the ducks.
So have either of you been on a date here?
Oh, yeah, I've been on a date here. It was pretty chill.
Feeding ducks, a nature stroll, or even a round of mini golf. Welcome to Dating in the Metaverse, where you can come as yourself, that's me, or a floating robot, all from the comfort of your couch.
This is our Flirtual Speed matching worlds.
Flirtual is a VR dating app that lets you go on dates with people all over the world in different VR worlds and games.
Anthony Tan and Kyle Farwell are the Gen Zers who run the dating company, which operates similar to a real-life dating app. Users match through profiles via their app or website, but instead of drinks at a bar in the neighborhood, hopeful singles meet up virtually.
This is where I met my girlfriend 2 years ago.
In this bar?
Yeah.
So when you tell people, would you say we met at a bar?
I guess so.
Luke Smith is a 19-year-old teen in the UK looking for love, both on real-life dating apps and on Flirtual.
It's the same thing with online dating. Like, it started off with the younger generation, but as the older generation got more used to it, they started using it and so on. And I feel like the metaverse will end up being the same way.
Flirtual's not the only one trying to get in on this.
Planet Theta is the world's first dedicated space for virtual reality dating.
Aurora Townsend, the company's chief marketing officer, calls it a safer way to meet up.
It's so normalized that when we as women go to like a bar or a restaurant to go meet someone that we met through a dating app, to text multiple friends our exact GPS location to make sure that, hey, if anything sketchy is going on, this is where I'm at. We want to change that.
Plus, there's the convenience.
If you have a busy work week, you can be in your sweatpants with a glass of wine chatting with people.
And because you mostly see people as avatars first, fans of VR dating say it can lead to better connections.
Like say on Tinder, you're swiping, you're just seeing their faces. You're not really looking at their personalities.
So metaverse daters might wait a few dates before revealing their actual faces.
But up here, you're getting their exact personality.
So tell me, what is it like dating someone in VR?
It feels very real. I hope this kind of feels pretty real here. Like, I can give Kyle a hug and we can just like...
Oh.
So,
can you give me a hug?
Yeah, sure. All right, come in here.
Wow, that's funny.
A lot of people experience in VR what we call phantom sense or phantom touch, where you touch someone in VR and you can feel it.
And now there's somebody that you like that you're talking to in the metaverse.
Absolutely.
So will you try to take that into real life?
I'm hoping to.
Huh.
All right, now the people behind these companies say the metaverse isn't just a great place to meet someone special, but maybe that part's not for you. It can also be a nice way for long-distance couples to stay in touch, feel like you're actually hanging out rather than just talking on the phone.
Wait. But if everybody is an avatar, how is this not a recipe for catfishing? Just people going on pretending who they are not?
Great question, because of course you can make your avatar look like anything you want. I mean, you can be a robot, as you saw in there. So these companies have AI and human moderators who actually look over the profiles constantly, and they have verification systems in place where users can link other accounts. You can link your Instagram or Facebook, that kind of thing. Luke, the metaverse dater who we saw there, we spoke to, he told us that he likes to FaceTime his dates earlier on so they can see each other's faces. But there are actually some specific platforms, I know you guys are going to love this part, that's just for people who want to keep it digital only.
Wow.
Wait, whoa.
Why would you do that?
That's a little odd.
So you could have like a real life girlfriend or spouse, and you have another one in the metaverse?
Craig, is that how?
I'm asking you. You're the metaverse expert.
That's cheating.
I mean, that's...
Did you see? You were in the metaverse.
Yeah,
Did you guys see each other? Are you in there?
Yeah, where were you?
I can just see R2-D2 dating Rosie the robot for Jets. This would be fantastic.
I will say, though, the metaverse, it's very fascinating. And one thing that's one of the experts said to me, and I did not consider this, if you are someone who has mobility issues, or if you're shut in, this is a great way to see and experience a lot. So thank you.
Shameless plug for my piece tomorrow. We're going to get into that when we talk about church.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Oh, look at that. Wow.
I'll have an Egg McMuffin, please.
It's America's favorite breakfast sandwich, and now it's just 99 cents.
Nothing like an Egg McMuffin.
And now there's nothing like the price.
McDonald's and you.
Wow. We are back with today's Can't Miss. We're also back with Jacob Soboroff. And the reason we're showing that throwback commercial for the famously cheap and delicious Egg McMuffin.
With Megan Mullally
and John Goodman.
That was wild, Jake.
Your Egg McMuffin correspondent is here, guys. So the cheap price has stood the test of time all around the globe. It actually turned into the most expensive breakfast sandwich that one very, very unlucky person in Australia will ever have. An airline passenger fined the equivalent of $1,874 when authorities found two undeclared sausage and Egg McMuffins in their luggage.
Are you talking?
Wait, worth it.
So,
it's so delicious. I mean,
but it turns out, they were fined because they tried to smuggle the Egg McMuffin in. They sell Egg McMuffins in Australia. So no need to bring your Egg McMuffin from Bali to Australia.
Maybe he or she, whoever it was, brought it thinking they'd eat it.
Yeah.
Or was it in the Was it in the?
No, they had it with them on their person, and it was caught by customs. They're trying to stop an outbreak.
Or foot and mouth disease.
Or muffin and mouth disease.
Yeah.
It's a noble calling, but critical error.
Wow. So Australia's really they're cracking down.
Yeah. I went on the website. They sell Egg McMuffins in Australia. Just pick it up there.
Well, maybe he forgot.
Maybe he didn't know.
Maybe
he was unaware.
I thank him for it because he gave us an excuse
I know.
to have Egg McMuffins.
Which it's really all about.
Cheers.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Oh, wow. Joel's making himself at home. We've had so much fun with Joel.
No,
McHale.
but thanks for these low chairs. They're great. I love it.
No, is it good on your lower back?
Yeah, I'm just going to go.
California, have you?
What size shoe do you wear?
This is a 14. Thanks for asking.
It's really gross.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no, Jenna, I'm inbred. I have like 14 toes.
Okay.
All right.
Those are big
Those
shoes.
are huge.
Yeah, I hope I get some free Red Wings out of this, Red Wing.
All right.
Hey,
so
can I get a glass of vinegar and sparkling water?
The reason you're here, this is big. You have another series on E.
Yes.
And it's called Celebrity Beef.
Yes, thanks for promoting.
Okay,
It's basically a celebrity competition where celebs face off head-to-head and cook-offs. But the rules aren't exactly set in stone.
What it is.
Yeah. Take a look.
Okay, that makes sense.
15 seconds.
Did you put any sugar in this, or is this only cream
10,
cheese? No, we put a lot of sugar. What happened to this?
8.
That's just was
7. The urgency.
That also go.
6.
Hey,
5.
Wait! I'm not done yet.
4.
Wait.
3.
Wait a second.
These are the rules that I'm making up as I go along.
Okay, and I just want to give everyone. I need to give them all a salute.
2.
Mine are done.
2.
2.
Wait. That goes on for 5 minutes. There's no rules. It's great.
Okay, so what is this show exactly?
I don't know. Don't ask me. No, it's it's a cooking show technically, and you get two celebrities like the great Cheryl Hines and Rachel Harris, and they have some sort of beef. And Rachel's is that when she goes to a hotel room, she switches 9 times, and Cheryl gets embarrassed. And so they were like, "You're going to work this out through cooking," and then we just yell at each other for 25 minutes.
Do you invite these celebs on yourself? Are they friends of yours or just?
No, I don't have any friends. We pay them a lot of money. We'd love to get you guys.
We always say yes, and then we regret it.
Then we regret it.
Oh, you regret it. But it would be like a fun regret. No, but it really is just kind of an easy hang. It's not an important show, but you'll be, it'll be just a fun thing.
But also, people want to have fun. The time is right.
Yes, and they want to eat.
Yes. Exactly.
And I love wearing makeup.
No, you look good in your foundation. It's the perfect color for you.
It really is. I like to look like I'm just a little sun-kissed.
Honestly, how have you been married 26 years? Were you a child groom?
We've divorced 4 times during that time. And 26 years last week. And can you believe that she agrees to be with me still?
She's a beauty.
I mean, she looks like that all the time.
Wow.
And she's married to this Frankenstein.
How did you guys meet, by the way?
Oh
my God! You're like
that's not in '96. You could have been our flower girl. That's like I think the day after we got married. Yeah, no, I tricked her, and I tricked her good.
Where did you meet her?
I met her in college. She was a senior. I was a freshman.
What?
But we were the same age because she's super smart and got straight A's and was young for school, and I had been held back. And I cheated my way through everything, and so I cheated through school. So it actually wasn't that much of a difference. And then she took pity on me, and I made a choice to marry me. Can you believe that?
Is she in your business or no?
She's always in my business.
No, is she in the business?
She is not in the business. She is a painter and an artist, and it's more therapy for her to be, she has to spend time with me.
Yeah. Well, and y'all have teenage sons?
We have a 17 and a 14-year-old. Yeah, they are. There they are. And there's our dog. There's one of 3 dogs we have. Yeah, there they are. There's Eddie and Isaac. They are, you're not going to believe this. They're even more sarcastic than I am. I just was at a wedding with them, and I gave up to give a little speech, and my 17-year-old, as I'm starting, just goes, "Hey, everybody," just thumbs down. And then the 14-year-old, he will, I'll be like, "Guys, do you guys want dinner?" And he'll just go, "Good for you." And I'll be like, I don't know how to respond.
Do you feel like that's some sort of karma?
It's all coming back.
Yeah.
They would, if I said it was karma, they would make fun of karma at that point. I realize I've taught them well, I guess. I never give a straight answer about anything, and now they have.
We know.
Yeah. They'll be like, "Dad, you are so old. How are you still alive?" And they'll say stuff like that. And I'll be like, "Can we just eat our dinner?" Great.
We love you, Joe.
We don't want you to go.
Oh, I'm not leaving.
Celebrity
I'm
Beef premieres tonight.
Tonight.
At 10 Eastern
Yes,
Pacific
on the
E!
or
You're
as I
back
call
home.
it,
Home.
Yeah, so watch it. I think it's on after Kevin Hart's Celebrity Game.
Is his better than yours?
Well, it's way better. He's Kevin Hart.
No, but also,
he's paid more than me.
You know what? Listen,
I guaranteed.
we missed this.
But I'm much taller, and he's actually right here. Hey, buddy.
All right.
Wait, Joel, to be real, we really have missed this.
Yeah,
we're glad you're back where you belong.
Well, thank you.
We'll see you back here tomorrow for another big show.
Have a good Tuesday.
Yo, today, all day. Pucker up, because up next on Hashtag Cooking, it's all about lemons. Samadada making her favorite recipes with the versatile citrus fruit. Instead of turning lemons into lemonade, try making Sama's pasta salad with a rich and creamy lemon tahini sauce. Then for dessert, whipping up a lovely lemon loaf cake. Check it out.
I love the smell of lemons too. It's so fresh. I feel like I'm at a spa. But I'm making a cake instead, which is better for sure. So, everyone has been telling you to make lemonade out of the lemons that life has apparently given you. But you know what? You don't have to listen to those people. I'm sure they have good intentions, but they don't really know how to hashtag live, laugh, lemons. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show you how to make 2 of my favorite recipes that use lemons, my lemon tahini pasta salad, which is zesty and bright, paired with some zucchini and tomatoes, and my gorgeous lemon loaf cake, which is fluffy and just lightly sweet, the perfect companion to your coffee or tea. Some things I think about. Are we calling a pasta salad a salad just so we can feel better about the fact that we're really just eating chilled pasta? Whatever the case, I'm on board, especially with this lemon tahini pasta salad. It pairs 2 of my favorite things together, tahini and lemon, for a fresh and light pasta that I guess we could call a salad. I'm using shallots, garlic, some tomatoes for sweetness, and a zucchini in here to make it a lot more flavorful and complex. I'm gonna start by just preparing all of my ingredients because I love being prepared and I love having my cooking process go a bit quicker. So we're gonna start with the shallot. I'm just gonna dice my shallot. If you don't have a shallot on hand, don't stress, don't worry, you can use a red onion. I'm just gonna slice this little end off right here. I'm gonna make little parallel cuts into the shallot. Watch your fingers, you need those. And then I'm gonna make perpendicular cuts right on top of the shallot, keeping this end intact so we can hold on to it. And then I'm just gonna dice. just gonna add my shallots back into their bowl, into their little home until I'm ready to use them. Probably doing this the dangerous way, but I'm living on the edge. All right, so I'm gonna mince some garlic. A really easy way to do this, you're gonna put your garlic on your cutting board, use the flat edge of your knife, smash it, and then we're just gonna mince. Yes, I am using a lot of garlic, and you're probably wondering, wow, Salma, that's a lot of garlic. Why are you using so much garlic? I love garlic. The residual outcome is sometimes like you end up smelling like garlic a little bit for the rest of the day, but it's a price we can pay for a flavorful pasta, you know? And now we're going back into my bowl, back into my home, my garlic home. Garlic like ends up being a bit of my perfume. I cook with it for a bit. I promise I still have friends, still love me, even though I have some residual garlic scent. Now I'm just gonna slice my tomatoes in half. I'm using grape tomatoes here, but you can go ahead and use cherry if that's what you have on hand. The tomatoes are gonna add a nice pop of sweetness to this pasta, which uses tahini. It's a very earthy flavor, so we like having that balance. You can totally slice these tomatoes lengthwise, but I'm just gonna do them sort of like a globe because I think it looks prettier. It looks nice. Looks pretty. Okay, adding these back into my tomato home. All right, now I'm gonna cut my zucchini, trimming the ends off. You could also slice it lengthwise and then half it, but I like to do the full rounds here. I'm cutting the zucchini pretty thin because I want it to cook through pretty quickly and get nice and tender. I wanted to add zucchini to this recipe because zucchini is such a neutral tasting veggie. Like, it really absorbs a lot of the flavor of anything that it's kind of cooked with. So that's why this was the lucky pick for my vegetable addition in this pasta. My zucchini, tomatoes, shallot, garlic, everyone is ready. Now I'm just gonna heat some olive oil on my pan and start cooking the shallot. Once the oil shimmers, I'm gonna add my shallot. So my olive oil is ready, and now I'm just gonna add my shallot. I wanna cook the shallots for about 5 minutes until they get nice and tender and translucent and start to brown around the edges. You want it to smell really fragrant and aromatic. It smells so good. You'll notice that it's already starting to get some nice color. That's what we want. I wouldn't mind like smelling like a shallot, but somehow it's always garlic. Like, how did I get this fate? So I think what we figured out here is that I'm starting a perfume line. Ode to shallot, ode to garlic. All right, this is exactly what I'm looking for. It's starting to brown, it looks tender, it smells amazing. Now it's time for the garlic. We're going in. The reason we didn't add the garlic in with the shallots together is because garlic doesn't take that long to cook, so we didn't want the garlic to burn. That would be a problem. We want the garlic to cook in with the shallots for about 1 to 2 minutes, not too long. And then we'll be good to go. And don't forget to season with some salt and pepper. A little salt. Some pepper. I'm gonna go ahead and add my zucchini. I want to stir the zucchini in with the shallot and garlic so everybody becomes friendly. Everything is nice and incorporated. In case anything starts to burn, you can feel free to add a splash or two of water. I'm gonna add just a little splash of water. You'll notice when the zucchini gets a little bit more tender, it looks a little bit more flexible, a little more bendy. That's good. That's where we want it. These are looking nice and tender and translucent, and now it's time for the tomatoes. I don't want to cook the zucchini too much longer because they're going to cook with the tomatoes as well, so we don't want anything to burn. I'm going to add my tomatoes. Look how pretty! We want to cook the tomatoes to soften them, to release their juices, but we don't want to overcook them. I want them to maintain their shape, and if you cook them for too long, they'll break down. We're looking pretty good. The zucchini is really finding its moment. All right. My zucchini is tender, my tomatoes are juicy, these are done. I'm gonna set them aside to cool, and then I'm gonna work on my pasta.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Now we're gonna cook our pasta. One very important step. Don't forget to salt your pasta water, or I will come find you. Okay. Make sure you cook your pasta according to the instructions on your package. And add my pasta in. While the pasta is cooking, I'm gonna make my sauce. This is a lemon tahini pasta salad, so the base of the sauce is going to be, you guessed it, lemons and tahini. I've got my tahini in this bowl. It's a very earthy flavor, so it's gonna pair super nicely with that bright and tangy acidic lemon. I'm gonna add my lemon juice. A good tip to get all of the juice out of your lemon and to loosen it up a bit is just to roll it before you juice. I'm gonna slice my lemon. Fresh. Now, I'm gonna juice it straight into my tahini. I am nothing without seasoning, and neither is this pasta, so we're gonna add some of my favorites. Got some cumin here. Red pepper flakes for a little bit of spice. Some salt. Then a little bit of freshly ground black pepper. I'm gonna whisk this up. You'll notice that the mixture will start to seize, meaning it's gonna be a bit tougher to mix it, which is why we have a little H2O to save the day. You wanna make sure your water is cold, and we'll just add a little bit at a time until it reaches your desired consistency. See how when you add that cold water, it becomes so much smoother? and also helps you get everything well incorporated. You want it to be velvety and rich, and smooth. Just gonna season it to taste because that's always important. We want to get it exactly where we want it. Taste a little. So good. Add a little more salt and a little more pepper. My sauce is done. And you know what's crazy? I finished making it before the pasta was even done cooking. I mean, let's talk about saving time in the kitchen. I'm gonna check my pasta. We're gonna be a bit of a helicopter pasta parent. Go fish for one. I can't even see, I'm too short. And you want it to be al dente, meaning you still want a bit of a bite in it. You can bite it or just break into it with your finger to see. Still needs a little bit more time. I'm gonna leave it in there for a little bit longer until it's a bit more cooked through. My pasta is done. Now before I drain it, I'm gonna save a little bit of that pasta water for later. This is gonna help bind and thicken my sauce in case I need it. I've sort of been waiting for this moment my whole life. It is time to assemble the pasta. Got my zucchini and tomatoes here. I'm just gonna add my pasta straight into my pan. Look at that. And just mix this around just to incorporate the pasta in with the veggies. I wanna make sure that garlicky goodness and the shallots really coat that pasta well. A rogue pasta, no problem. And now it's time to add my sauce. I mean, look how creamy that is. It's like velvety smooth. See you later. Okay. I'm just gonna coat the sauce in with the pasta really well. We don't want any piece of pasta to feel lonely. It needs to have some sauce on it. This looks good. This looks well incorporated. This looks like everyone has become besties. It's time to plate. So I know this is supposed to be a pasta salad, but a little fun fact, you can eat this room temp as well. So I'm gonna serve myself a bowl. I can't not eat it right now. And I'm gonna let the rest chill in the fridge. Get that zucchini, those tomatoes. It looks so creamy, but there's no dairy in it. Isn't that crazy? This looks good for me. I'm gonna squeeze a little lemon on top, just for a little hint of tartness. A little extra. I mean, she looks cute, for sure. Time to take a picture. What's nice is that you've got so many colors going on. You've got the bright pop of red from the tomatoes. You've got the green from the zucchini. The pasta's like a nice canvas for all of it to sit on top of. Looks delish. Getting really up close and personal here. I don't think the pasta will mind. Okay, I got the shot. Which means I need to eat. Okay, I'm going in. Gotta get a little bit of everything. Little tomato, little pasta. I'm gonna try and do this in a dainty manner. It's probably not gonna work. Okay. I mean, usually think of pasta as something that's pretty heavy, but you've got this brightness from the lemon that allows it to feel super light and refreshing. Tomatoes for sweetness, the zucchini for a little veg moment up in there. This is gonna go in the fridge. I'm gonna transfer it to a bowl, let it chill. Keeps really well in the fridge. It's also really nice to know you've got a little meal waiting for you in the fridge whenever you're hungry or just simply want a delicious pasta salad. transferred everything to my bowl. I'm just gonna cover it. Now I'm gonna take it to the fridge to chill, and then when I come back, we're gonna make my lemon loaf cake.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No, do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This lemon loaf cake is inspired by my parents' citrus trees in California. My dad tends to our lemon trees because he's the only one in my family with a green thumb. Or at least he tries to have one. So I wanted to make a really delicious post-breakfast sweet treat for us to enjoy together. I've preheated my oven to 350 degrees, and I've also lined my little loaf pan with some parchment paper. I did this with cute little flaps so that you'll easily be able to lift the lemon loaf cake up after it's done baking. Now I'm gonna get started on my dry ingredients. I'm using some oat flour and some coconut flour. I really like this because oat flour is nice and hearty and coconut flour is light and absorbent, so they make a really nice pair. I'm just gonna add my coconut flour to my oat flour. I'm gonna add baking powder. I'm gonna whisk everything together. Oat flour and coconut flour are both gluten-free, so if you're into that, that's great. If you're not, I promise you'll still love this recipe, but make sure you do check your oat flour package to ensure you're using the gluten-free variety. We want to whisk this until everything is nicely incorporated. Everything looks nice and incorporated, and now I'm going to start on my wet ingredients. I'm going to crack 2 eggs into my bowl. I'm gonna beat my eggs till they're nice and smooth. All right, this looks nice and smooth. And now I'm gonna work on my lemons. Our star, the lemon. First, I'm gonna zest the lemon into my eggs. What's really great with zest is that it adds this nice fragrance and aroma and adds a lot more of that lemon flavor, which we love for this recipe. The lemon zest smells so fragrant and delicious. It's really gonna amp up that lemon flavor in this lemon loaf cake. I only need about a teaspoon of lemon zest for this recipe, so that should be good. Now time for our juice. Gonna roll the lemon a bit to get more of that juice out. Just really prepped for this lemon loaf cake. I love the smell of lemons too. It's so fresh. I feel like I'm at a spa. But I'm making a cake instead, which is better for sure. Okay, my lemons are all juiced, and now I'm gonna add it straight into my egg and zest situation. Mix this up till it's nice and incorporated. Now I'm gonna add my melted and cooled coconut oil. Mix that up. To sweeten this recipe up, I'm gonna add some maple syrup. I like using maple syrup here because lemon is so tart and acidic and maple is warming and really just delicious and golden, so I find that it's a perfect match made in citrus heaven. A little vanilla extract. Little splash zone for the vanilla extract, no big deal. And finally, we're gonna add some coconut sugar. The coconut sugar sweetens this up even more, which we love for this lemon loaf cake recipe. I'm gonna just add my dry ingredients straight into my wet. Now I'm gonna fold everything together. You just wanna fold everything in together really gently so everything becomes nice and incorporated. You will know when it's done, when the batter is thick and sticky. We're looking pretty cute, to be honest with you. Just gonna transfer this batter into my prepared loaf pan. We're just gonna smooth the batter out in the pan, make sure it's evenly distributed. And because we're a fun kitchen here, we're gonna add a little more coconut sugar on top. Just for a little extra sweetness. You don't have to do this. I think you should do it. Okay, sad news. We do have to allow this loaf cake to leave us for a little bit. It's gonna take a little journey in the oven for 30 to 35 minutes until the edges are nice and golden brown.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is cooled for about 20 minutes, and because I love being prepared, as you know, Got these cute little flaps, which will allow me to just lift it straight up out of the pan and get to slicing. Which I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna slice right into it. I am one of those people that loves a corner piece. Give me all of the corner pieces, all of the edges. That's my jam. I mean, you can't resist. I know you can't. Don't tell me you can't, because I know you're not telling the truth. It's pretty. Get a couple slices on my plate. No, I need a third for sure. I need a third. Okay. You can totally enjoy this solo, but I'm just gonna top it with a few berries, just for a little extra sweetness. Goes nicely with the lemons too. I mean, I think it's ready for its close-up. The berries add that nice pop of color as well. Got a blackberry out of place, excuse me. So pretty. I cannot wait to eat this. All I really need is a cup of coffee with this. That would really pair well. JP! Make my day, why don't you? I'm ready. Now I'm ready to eat this. Okay, I'm gonna get a little piece of the cake, a little berry. That is good. It's a lightly sweet. Goes perfectly with the berries. The lemon adds that nice zing, that tartness. Maple is like that golden, warming, delicious taste. Don't let your coffee live without this. Whew. Hey guys, super busy, cooking up a storm, but I have something exciting to tell you. #cooking is back, so tune into Today All Day. Okay, I got some in the oven. I gotta go. See you later.
Good morning. Justice delivered. The world's most wanted terrorist killed in a U.S. drone strike.
People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer.
The leader of al-Qaeda, a key figure in the 9/11 attacks, taken out by a Hellfire missile while standing on his balcony in Afghanistan. This morning, new details.